You are live.
Haya, sasa ina record. Sasa enda class.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sasa iko on set.
Iko class.
Wacha niingie tuangalie kama tuko nini. Kama tuko mbele.
Oh. Nikatengeneza kakina ni vaisweta.
Chukuni na. Chukuni na.
Umejua kufanya? Pia wewe.
Unajua tu use to.
Hey guys, good morning. Is the course supposed to start right now or later on?
Bro, it starts at 8:30. You look at your time. Huh? Ilikuwa inafuliza hiyo baridi hadi nikajifulika, nikasema siendi huko chini. Chalipa maneno haya.
Isharudi moto. Haya. Haya, wewe lala poa sana. Bebe sweta. Inafanya?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Acha nivae sweta, niende huko chini nitengeze kati. Leo sitachanganisha vitu mbili.
Leo kutakuwa karibu 60.
Eh. Watu watanunua chai.
58.
Ni baridi. Nje blood dry kidogo ikauke. Tutakauka tu yenyewe. Acha niende huko down chini. Nini? Zimepotea. Mimi. Sasa ifanywe nini? Na si walisema delivered to a reception. So nipigie Amazon. Kitu kaa hiyo. Ati nilituma kwa address wrong. Umeuliza kwantu. Hai. Nikifika 8:30 ndakuwa class. Siwezi ongea nikishauti. Nilitumia Sami liposomal. Mtu mwingine aliingia jana, sasa hivi hata tushaendelea. Ulimsikia? Au ulisikiliza? Aliingia sasa hivi tushaendelea. Akaanza kuuliza kuambia watu wamsaidie. Sijui kama yeye anajua, alikuwa na sauti mwingi, walindi nikawa anajua imani. Wanajua mambo ya nini sana. Scrum. Sijui atakuja kunitengeneza nywele. Ulisema ati alisema atakuja. Nimeiosha na nikaipaka rangi, kwa hivyo akikuja nywele iko safi. Namwambia niosha nywele na nikadai ninamngojea yeye peke yake. Chukua nipate imefika bado. Basi watu wakiongea. Ndio ndio rama kuna kama faida. Faida ni kwa chama kama sikiliza video kadhaa. Ya Scrum ya Scrum ni nini? Kumbe Scrum haikuanza kitambo. We are done. I'm going to actually morning. But you're really born before computer. If you were born before, lakini ni kwa chanzo hiyo ya kutana. Kila kitu ni kuna
Nimefundishwa Scrum events bado.
ati
Nimefundishwa Scrum events.
ati scrumming nini?
Events.
Bado.
Oh.
Kuna kuanga na Scrum events.
Yeah. utasikia ya daily standard retrospective. Okay, ni nini nifanywe committee? Hiyo siku kwa Scrum Master ni kama kwa babysit watu.
Yeah.
Tulikuwa
tu na introduction na hiyo nini? Tulisoma tu introduction, mambo ya compliance, invitation, system. Agile helps people become effective. Empirism, learning through experience.
Scrum ni empirical process. Empiricism ni
learning through process.
Ni work based of experience and evidences.
Ulisikia? So rahisi. Kupata job ndio story. Wameharagana hapa. Acha nijipange hapa. Niko kama student.
ni mtu
Ni kulan tu.
shida.
Na agile inafanyanga? Agile inasaidianga Scrum.
Agile mami ni mentality. Agile. Unaona vile ndio zingine zinaenda hivi zinaenda hivi ukukute ipande mpaka juu. Unasikia nini agile? Agile ni kwa flexible.
Oh.
So Scrum ni agile, but agile sio Scrum. Scrum ni agile. Unashika?
So Scrum ni flexible.
Agile. Agile ni chakula. Fikiria agile ka chakula. Scrum ni recipe. Scrum ni kuku.
Oh.
Recipe ya kupika kuku, kama hii kuku iko na kachumbari, hiyo ni Scrum. Alafu kuna kuku ingine iko na
Okay, hi everybody. I hope you're doing well, and we are soon to begin. This is an opportunity. If you've got any questions about yesterday's material, you can ask me whatever you like, and we can create a small space of time. Thank you for the hosting. Yeah, and we can go from there. Okay.
Yeah, hi Jem, I have a question. This is Atul.
Hi, Atul. Go for it. Yeah.
So I'm fresher in Scrum Master kind of, you can say. So I have a question like after this CSM, is there any other course that you recommend? I'm looking for a project management job within a 1 year time.
Got it.
Yeah, so I already have around 12 years of experience. That's right.
I think it depends, right? What I would say to you is, I think trying to find workshops which are to do with skills is better for people than doing just more courses, because courses, they give you a certificate, but you want to start acquiring skill. And I think that what people are weak on, as I mentioned before, is data skill, right? They don't know how to capture data. They don't quite know what data is the right data. They don't know how to make sense of the data. So there is probably a suggestion for looking for data type of focused workshops or these types of things. There are a few that run around. I run some sometimes. Yeah, I would say you would maybe want to take the course first of all and put everything that I've taught you in practice. You with me? So don't jump into another course straight away. Try and see if you can put it into practice. It just depends on what you're trying to do as a career, right? I don't want to give you too generalized advice, but data skills are important. Let me dig out one of the courses that I do. It's not a course actually; it's a workshop. It's very popular. I think this one is full. I may run it again in April. We'll see. I run it sort of usually every 3 months, but it's got more popular. Yes, you can check that out. It's in the chat, okay? You can check that out. Yeah, you can, and you'll see the content of the workshop and stuff.
Okay, sure. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Anything anyone wants to ask?
Hi, Jim. How are you? This is Hassan.
Hi, Hassan. You okay?
Just one question. I want to know what sort of questions can we expect from this test, that is the Scrum Master? Like, it will be theoretical or objective, or is it going to be situation-based like PMP, or how's it going to be?
All of them, yeah. All of them that you mentioned, yeah, all the above. So what you will do at the end of the course, I'll build a mock exam, and I'll walk you through some example questions.
Okay, and are you going to provide us with some sort of notes as well, or are we supposed to make out notes during?
Yeah, no, that's covered, yeah. On day one, we're saying, so every note that we make is sent to you. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you.
That's all right, yes, okay. If you want to ask questions as well, a way to get yourself in the queue is if you put your hand up, there's a way of actually. I think there's I'm not sure if the AI works on this, which is if you keep your hand up long enough, what it should do. There you go. Put your hand up for you. So that way, everyone can kind of get a word in edgeways. Or if you don't want to use that, you can also click on your image in the video, and it will allow you to raise your hand, for example. Yeah, so there's that as well. Good.
So did you?
One moment, sorry, I think there's a voice coming in. There was a hand up. Is it Ilj? Is it? Hi, Ilj.
IJ.
IJ, sorry, yeah. Go ahead, IJ.
Yes. So my question from yesterday, I was a little bit confused, but I did not get clarity on Scrum versus Agile, because sometimes it sounded like the two of them had the same gist. So, I know you tell stories. How can you differentiate between those so that it'll make sense to me?
Yes, specifically differentiate between
Scrum
and
Agile.
Yeah, got it. Yeah. So we are gonna look at this today, okay? But let's kind of play it forward. We're very soon to start, in fact. So what I'm gonna do. Did you have any other question before this, IJ? Because I'm gonna just hold on before I answer this because it's gonna benefit other people as well.
Okay.
Did you have another question?
Pardon me?
Did you have another question? So, because I can do that one when everyone arrives. Yeah.
No, I figured the other one out yesterday.
All right, awesome. Okay, good stuff. So I'll put that one on ice. Okay, we'll come to that in a second. I see Nehar and then Edwin. So IJ, I'll answer your question when everyone arrives because it's going to be useful for everybody. Nehar, go ahead. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, hi. I have a question, but I think it's already been answered. That I was looking for are you going to provide some documentation or some set of questions? But I think you already answered that question.
Yeah, exactly. So just to remind you on day one, do you remember what we're saying? Everything that we teach you in this class is going to be sent to you. Yeah, so everything that we teach you in this class is going to be sent to you. That's the first part. The second part is, because it's a crossover question in some ways, you will get to sit a mock exam if you want to by the time you leave the class, right?
Yeah.
So that's another thing as well. Okay? Yeah, no worries at all. All right, Edwin, go ahead. You've been waiting very patiently.
Okay, hi. Good morning, good evening. So I have a question. Do you actually, as an instructor, offer the SAFE class? And also, is the SAFE examination kind of the same format as this Certified Scrum Master's examination?
Yeah, I personally, I wouldn't touch SAFE with a barge pole, to be frank. And I've got very strong opinions on giant processes. Let me ask you a question, Edwin. Customer is the end of a pinprick. There's nothing agile about that. A giant process which is heavy and bureaucratic. Do I think SAFE is useful to some organizations? Yes. Do I think SAFE has got anything to do with agile? No. Do you see where I'm going? Nothing wrong with it.
Sio mimi.
I want to sign up for it ASAP, and I was wondering how heavy-handed it is. So I should be able to pass them since I've been doing this for a while.
Probably, yeah. If you've been around it, you probably, there are good things about SAFE, right? Like the PI planning. Yeah, there are some good ideas I like about it, but my problem is the size of it. And I've got to tell you,
yeah. My current project's been going on for 2 years already. I mean,
yeah, and that's okay, right? There's no shade on those of you who use it. I'm just saying that. Do you know what I think is better than scaling frameworks? Scaling skills, because scaling skills teach you how to customize the approach rather than the cookie cutter. So, stay in touch, right? Occasionally, maybe every 6 months, I will teach a scaling skills course, but I just don't have the time. But you know why people are less attracted to it? Because there are less finite answers. Do you see? People want definitive answers. Scaling skills, for example, is about developing the thinking tools to work out the problem. Scaling courses are often to do with giving you the answers. Do you see? So one is like following a recipe, and one is like being a better cook. And you know what? You could argue the way to be a better cook is to start with recipes. Do you see? So I think maybe some wisdom with it, but you're in the work, you know yourself, and we all pay our own bills. So again, you've got to do it. Yeah. Awesome. That's all right, no worries. I'm going to take a couple more questions. We've got Tashar and then Purnima. So, Tashar, go ahead. Thank you for being patient.
No worries. Thanks, Jim. Last evening, we had a discussion in Team 3 regarding the definition of cross-functional, and also we debated, are we talking about Agile and Scrum with reference to only software industry, or are we talking about Agile in general, regardless of whatever industry it is implemented in?
Got it. Those questions are about to be answered right now. So you're thinking in the right place. Yeah. I'm going to answer both of those when we start the debrief on the board. So cross-functional, what is Agile, what is Scrum, what's the relationship? It kind of ties into, one of that's what I was asking before. Okay, so I'm going to handle that in a second. Good. Purnima, go ahead.
Yeah, Jim. Good morning. I was told that at the CSM certification, it's good to have product owner certification too. So what is your take on that?
Okay, so let's just be clear for everybody. You folks are on the CSM, the Certified Scrum Master, right? There is also something known as the PSM, the Professional Scrum Master. What's the difference? Two different organizations, both very reputable. You're with the Scrum Alliance, PSM is with the Scrum Org. Now, I've talked for both, and I think they're very credible, they're very good. I prefer the Scrum Alliance because they're a little bit more creative. You don't have to follow specific material. So that's the first distinction. If the next question was, is it worth doing a product owner course after this course? Maybe, if you're interested in that sort of thing. If you're a coach at the football team, is it your business to know where the goalposts are? Yes. And I think that if I gave you a wheel of all of the skills of a Scrum Master, is product knowledge and skill part of that wheel? Yes. Yes. I don't think product courses are ideal for someone who's brand new, right? Because I want you to kind of get to grips with this. But after a few months of applying these ideas, maybe it's worth it. I just don't want people to rush into another certification. Do you see? That's what I kind of discourage. Yeah, discourage. I interview a lot of people, and there are many certifications and many letters after their name. But I learned that although it looks impressive, sometimes the substance is missing because they've not practiced it and created a skill. It's not their fault. It's a product of time, isn't it? Experience, right? It's a product of time. So it could be worth it. It just depends. Yeah. Andres, go ahead. You got a question as well. I'll take one more before we kick off.
Yeah. Hey, good morning. Around the same lines, I took the CSBO certification about 2 years ago, and it just expired. I was wondering if the credit that is going to go to the CSM is actually going to apply to that one as well for renewal purposes, since I took it with the same institution. Is that true or no?
It won't work because if it elapses, it kind of elapses.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So unfortunately, you'd have to kick it off again.
Okay.
But let's just put it this way: the price of the CSPO is significantly better than it was 2 years ago. So there's a little bit of a silver lining.
Awesome. Thank you.
Cool, you're welcome. All right, folks, so we've taken some good questions.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to address the question that come in from IJ, which was to do with Agile and Scrum. So let's talk about it. What came first, Agile or Scrum? What do you think, people?
Agile.
Agile? Yeah.
Scrum.
Scrum. Okay, there's a lot of people from the States here. Am I right in saying that? America? Yeah, got peers from India, some peers from Canada, a couple of Europeans. All right, cool. What do I know about Americans? What sport do I know a little bit about? I'm useless, actually, aren't I? Because I'll tell you what I know a bit about. Okay, I know that you guys have got the highest number of heavyweight champions in mixed martial arts, UFC. Yeah, I follow mixed martial arts quite closely. So does everyone know what MMA is or UFC? This stuff? Do you know what these things are? Yeah, it's a global sport. I think it's a metaphor that we can use. Okay, does anyone want to know why Americans are so devastating in heavyweight MMA? Why do they beat a lot of people up? What is it? What do they learn at school that Europeans don't?
Jiu-jitsu?
Jiu-jitsu is a good guess. Yeah. Jiu-jitsu is a good factor, but it's not jiu-jitsu. There's something which all jiu-jitsu practitioners fear. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Every Brazilian jiu-jitsu's nightmare. I know the BJ guys will get upset now if I tell this, but God, that's how I broke my thumb. See what happens? When you're a middle-aged man, you try and roll with the 25-year-olds. My wife did tell me it was time to give up, but I'm a bit of a stubborn old dog. BJJ, wrestling, boxing. Okay, I'm going to give you the analogy. I'm going to help you see this. What came first, mixed martial arts or wrestling? What came first?
Wrestling.
Wrestling. Yeah, agreed. Greeks, Athenians. What came first, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or mixed martial arts?
Brazilian.
Yeah, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Jiu-Jitsu comes from judo. Judo, throw people off horses to land them on their heads. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Boxing or MMA?
Boxing.
Yeah, exactly. It's been around for a little while. Now, you tell me then, where do you think Agile goes? Where do you think Scrum goes?
Scrum is a part of Agile, right?
Yeah. True. Where does it go?
So Agile came first because Scrum is the framework of Agile.
L come out 67.
Is it?
Small.
Interesting thought.
I think L ni capital.
Interesting thought. Did mixed martial arts get inspired by wrestling? Yes. Did it get inspired by BJJ? Yes. Did it get inspired by boxing? Yes. Other way around, actually. Interesting, isn't it? All of these arts frameworks came before the manifesto. Do you see? These things inspired this. Do you see the cards downstairs? Let's just change the colours to make this more distinctive. Okay. Do you see the black cards? The yellow cards? They are the roots to the tree. Do you see? They are the roots to the tree. Yeah, they are the roots to the tree. Is that making sense so far? Does it help?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, nothing like a violent metaphor to help you see the difference. But jokes aside, I think it's when you can grasp. It's all right. It gets a bit. Some of our metaphors are crap, but this one maybe might be okay. Yeah. Good. Okay, we're going to talk about this a bit more. Do you all agree with me that Agile had values? Do you remember the values?
All of them.
Yeah, they've got values, right? Yeah, there's values for the Agile Manifesto, just like the manifesto. Do you remember it? I'll give you one. People and interactions over. What was it?
Process and tools.
Tools and processes.
Yeah, exactly. Same. True. Yeah. And there were 4 of these, weren't there? Right.
I know one.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Working software over extensive documentation.
Good. Extensive, comprehensive, very nice, interchangeable. Give me another one.
Customer feedback over contract negotiation.
Yeah, very close. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. What's the last one?
Responding frequent changes over following a plan.
Yeah, good. Respond to change over. Yeah, here we go. Good. So do you see that the software developers that come together
Ama nipunguze
It
tu
doesn't
volume.
actually matter what you use. We all agree that it matters the most. Do you see? Is that comparative or comparable to the analogy in MMA? Yeah. Is it true whether you do judo, boxing, wrestle? Is it true that a value that's important for any of these sports is psychological warfare? Yeah. Is there psychology when you fight? If you're successful? Yeah, of course. Is physical conditioning important no matter what fight system you use? Yeah, of course. Is coordination? Is respect and integrity as well? You know, to not hit someone. Do you understand where I'm going? That's a good example. Yeah, it doesn't matter. How have they all got their strengths and weaknesses? And obviously, if you say to a person who wrestles and a person does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, what do you think is better? What are they going to say? Everyone thinks their baby is the cutest. Guess what? It's the same thing in the spa and agile, you know, you make them up. I've grown out there now. I'm old. I'm past this now. And you know what? It's all lovely. Because you know what I can do now? I can criticize Scrum without being offended to criticize it. Do you see the difference? It's always nice. It's not my mother or my father. It's not my name. It's not my family. But when humans come across new ideas, do they get attached? Yeah. It's not. If you do, it's all right. Okay? So, these ideas are all powerful. And here's the last question. Is Scrum agile? No. Can Scrum be used to bring agile to life? Yes. See the difference? Semantically, to be technical, it doesn't make sense to say Scrum is agile, the technical framework. But is Scrum a vehicle to bring agile to life? Yes, same way. Is wrestling MMA? No. Wrestling is a vessel or a vehicle to be effective at MMA, if you can do it well. There are distinct reasons why I would use Scrum and Kanban, and actually I would combine both. Why? Give you an example. Does Scrum teach you how to write software? No. Does extreme programming teach you about software? Yes. Yes. How does the Scrum tell you? Is it because Scrum is a framework? Yes, it's not complex but perfect. Yeah, exactly. Does Scrum tell you how to manage the flow of your work? No. It's Kanban. Do you see what I'm now saying to you? Do not fall in to the trap of becoming the purist. You okay? Can I say something contradictory now? If you've only done judo for 3 months, you're not quite a judoka. Do you understand what I mean by that? Yeah, if you want to become all things to all people, that's fine, but you're going to be weak, right? Yeah. And do you know why that matters? What do people rely on when they're under pressure? They go back to what they know well. True. You go back to your first place. So learn something. Learn it well. And then spread your legs. I spend a lot more time using Kanban these days than anything else. Just because of reasons. Yeah, go ahead. Let's see a question.
Okay. And the question. So I understand the waterfall method. And I understand agile. So then what is Scrum? And when is it used? When it I'm still confused about Scrum.
You're definitely in the right space. You're still confused because we haven't yet actually got to Scrum. Yeah. Conceptually, Agile is a manifesto, like an ideology, and Scrum is a way of bringing the ideology to life. Let me give you another metaphor. What are some of the world's biggest ideas? Are there large groups of people who believe in things greater than them? Is there such a concept in this world? Of course, religion. Yeah. So, if you were to say the MMA card is the belief in a creator, right? Whatever your agnostic rating is, just trying to take the metaphor. Is it true that there are different frameworks that bring that idea to life? Yes. There's Hinduism, there's Buddhism, there's all these Abrahamic religions. What is a practice within them? I don't know. If Ramadan's coming up, right? If you're a Muslim, you're going to observe a fast. If you're a Christian, when it's Easter, you might observe Lent. Do you see where I'm going? If you're Jewish, some of my Jewish friends are Sabbath. These are practices. So the questions you're asking are more advanced now. Because we're going to go there. But since you asked, do practices bring shape to ideas? Yes. Yes.
And do frameworks contain practices? Yes. This is where it leads. This is where it leads. Good. Is that helping? Yeah. Is that giving a bit more texture to the conversation?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Good questions. And please keep these questions coming. Remember, the only silly question is the one you want to ask and don't. There's no unpopular questions in this class. I want to help you understand what it is that you're trying to figure out. Good. Let's talk about it, because these things that we spoke about are all relevant. Can we go back to front? I think we should. Do you see the value delivered line? Yeah? By the way, Team 1, you have the best answer to this. Really good answer. Because you know what you explained. Why is the green line actually travelling up for value delivered? You said it, didn't you? If you get constant feedback, is it not true you're going to learn about the problem space better than once a year? Yes. Does that mean you optimize the chances of increasing value? Yes. Good answer. Does the future line look low? Can anyone see the waterfall line? Yes. Why is it low? Is it because the longer it takes to deliver something to the market, the greater the risk of building something they want? Building something mediocre? Building something where the market has moved on? And so on. The two diagrams are interlinked. Yes. Now, can anyone see the way that risk falls in Agile and it expands in waterfall? Yes. Why? Is it because when transparency is low in the middle, we don't know what was happening in the middle, but we can get something done at the end? Yeah. Is transparency ongoing in Agile? Yes, it is. Are those increments on a monthly basis? Yes, they are. Does that mean risk should fall if we expose what's happening to the customer? Correct. And the last diagram is a bit harder to explain. Yeah, some of you done a good job getting closer to it. Yeah, this is a bit more explanation. Okay, does Agile believe you can predict the future at the start? No. Does that mean then Agile is not going to make big decisions up front? It's going to be much lighter weight with these decisions? Yes. Does that mean later in the project that when you want to make a change, it's more malleable, like the system is easier to change? Of course it is. For example, when I go to my home in Cyprus where my family are from, when I was having my kitchen refitted in my house, do you know like an island in your kitchen? You know what an island is, right?
Yeah.
All right. The guy putting the island in said to me, Jem, come down and see the positioning of this island. I know the blueprint says you want it here, but it was very tight, it was very snug. When I went down there, the picture of the specification felt different to my experience. Do you see the empiricism? Do you see the cost of change would be more expensive if he rooted it into the floor and then I said it's too tight for the garden door? I want sharp edges around my 5-year-old's heads. So did we reconfigure and say the island should be more central? Cost of change was less. Why? Because I had higher transparency. Now in Waterfall, do you believe that you can predict the future at the start? Yes. Does that lead to more heavyweight decisions at the start? Yes. Heavier architecture, heavier infrastructure? Yes. Are you putting the roots deeper into the system? Yes. Is it now going to be more expensive when you want to undo it? Yes. Hence the cost of change. Alright, good. Anyone with me on that?
Mm-hmm.
Folks, these diagrams are not your exam. Yeah? And you know the Stacy matrix? Do you remember the Stacy matrix? Simple, complicated, complex. These things are not your exam. I hope you're realizing that this course for me is not about certification. Certification is just a small little thing. Right? It's great. It's like a little flag. After this, great. But these ideas are more important than certificates. Because when you join the company, do you think if you join a big bank, you're going to talk about Agile or Scrum? I can assure you, when I come home from Deutsche Bank, I am talking about these things, not Agile or Scrum. Do you see? The person who hired me wants to know about time to market. They want to know about risk. They want to know about attrition. They want to know about value. They don't really care about the needs. Right? So this is my offer to you. In some experienced people know this. You have to cater our language to the needs. Right? It's very, very important. Remember empiricism? Objective, subjective? Yeah, great. Bring the data, but make your lexicon fit in Williams. Alright, good. Let's talk about the more interesting bits. Okay, I'm going to start with adaptive because this is a bigger part. First bit. Okay? Yeah, got it. Let's see what you're trying to say. Yeah, very nice team too. Are you saying that the map provides you with more ways to get to the destination of the tunnel? Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Does everyone agree with that? Does the map give you more ways to get to the destination than the tunnel? Yeah. Are all of your work working with a roadmap? Anyone here not worked with a roadmap? You know what a roadmap is? Yeah. A roadmap is an illustration of the path that the team is trying to take to deliver value, right? Did you notice what I said though? It's a map. But most of your companies don't have maps, do they? They have tunnels. Because they don't have various ways to get to the outcome. Now I want to show you something in a way which I hope is not going to give you a migraine. So I'm going to keep it really, really simple. Alright. Who can explain to me the difference between complicated and complex? Because we need a basis for this conversation.
Complicated has fewer variables and complex has many more variables in constraint.
Would you agree that a Rolex watch has got a high number of components? It can be very complicated. True. And would you agree with me that a complicated system is a mechanical system? Is that true?
Yes.
And would you agree that an expert can figure out the definitive answer of a complicated problem?
Yes.
So can we use a predictive approach to solve this?
Yes.
Good. What's the opposite of mechanical?
Organic. No.
Good. Good. And can we figure out organic problems up front?
No. Because it's changing.
Good. So can we guarantee the exact weather? Can we guarantee the exact score of the two football teams? Can we guarantee that we're building the customer wants? No. What kinds of approach do we take?
Adaptive? Adaptive.
Alright. Everyone's with me at this? We're just refreshing. You tell me out of the two, what requires more options? Complex problems or complicated problems?
Complex.
Complex. Good. Everyone got the understanding as to why? Is it seemingly straightforward? Yeah. If things are going to change, do you want options, yes or no?
Yes.
More options the better.
Exactly that. The more options, the better. Now, we're going to talk about the more options, the better with constraints. So let's try something now. I'm going to do something silly. Because I don't want to go anybody you guys. Alright. Find me something French, sweet, and delicious. And find me 2 almond croissants. Alright. Which of the statements provides more options? Green or orange?
Green.
Green. Okay, good. Is everyone agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you can't see it, it's absolutely fine, so I can't see it, but hopefully see it's good, okay? Good. Of these statements, which is better for a complex problem, the green or orange card?
Green.
Green. Tell me why.
Because it can use many different options. It doesn't restrict the option.
Good. Can everyone see that? If my wife sends me to the shop for the orange card and there's no croissants, am I stuck? Yes. If she sends me the green card, will I got options? Yes. Right. Let's add a little bit more sophistication to this. Can you spot anything objective about this card?
Yeah, it's French.
Yes.
Sweet?
And delicious.
Well, I'm not sure.
No, French is.
Yeah, French is
French and sweets are more objective than delicious.
There is no defined or specific goal.
Yeah, well, we come to this. Here's the thing, right? Is France a country? Does it have a populace? Does it have a cuisine? Objectively, it does.
Yes.
I think it's interesting that you said you got me thinking about delicious. Is delicious objective? Do we have taste buds? We think, right?
Objective, yeah, delicious is objective.
So maybe you could say that sweetness is objective, isn't it? It's just a scale of sweetness. So I'm not sure about that. I think there's a good debate to be had. But subjective, I do agree with you. I would be more firm on saying delicious, right? You might think oysters are not great. I might think so. Okay. All right, cool. Can everyone see the interesting nature of this card? You can see how interesting it is. It's good, isn't it? Does this card provide structure or flexibility?
Flexibility.
Yes.
Yes, but what about structure as well?
Yeah.
More.
Yeah. If I come back from the shop with a buckle of art, is it going to work?
Not French.
It's not French.
Still French. Still French. Don't ask me where it's from. We'll be over. It's not asking where horse is from. We're here for a very long time. Everyone's complaining it. But you understand the point. It does not fit the constraint, true? Alright, let's try something out there. Guess what this is compared to that? Okay, if you want to make a lot of money, there you go, I'll get your attention now. You should learn how to do this. You know what manager's talking about here? You're writing these. Yeah, just put yourselves in the home if you're getting reverb on your mic, will probably help you out. Yeah, you might have it could be because you have got two devices open, or maybe it's a peripheral mic, you can try and plug it. I've had this problem before. But all good, if you want to speak, just come off mute. Okay, can everyone see the difference between the two statements? Yeah. Oh, we go to a company, and you know what the manager said to me 3 months ago when I was working out in a place in the UAE? These developers are really, they're not practically lazy. Okay. They're not coming with any ideas. What do you think our response was? Let's take them out for a pizza. Let's give them free coffee. Okay, you like it. Fix the system. Fix the system. Let's see the work, please. Guess what their work was full of? How the hell are these people going to be creative when you think of the solutions? The manager's not a bad person. You don't know what you don't know, right? I don't know what I don't know. You don't know what you don't know. But why are instructions a problem for complex problems? Why? What's wrong with using an instruction for complexity? What does it do to options?
Reduces or in fact removing options to capture the specific and you have to follow them.
Can you hear that? Can you hear that? Instructions collapse options. Bad idea. Now I'm going to scrumify it, okay? Let's make it relevant. I'm going to call this a sprint goal. I don't want you to worry about what the word sprint means if you're new. Just imagine this as a goal, okay? Who can tell me the name of the container for where our work lives in the sprint? Advanced people, this should be easy work for you. What do we call it? Where are we pulling our work from in the sprint? From what?
Backlog.
Backlog, good. What type of backlog is it if it's in the sprint?
Product. Sprint backlog.
Yeah, sprint backlog. There you go. Just like that. All right, good. All right, we're going to play a little game then, okay? I go into the shop and I come back with pancakes. Is that going to work? Is it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, if you think pancakes are French, that's okay, but don't be within kicking distance of a French person. They'll probably get very upset. You know, my French would be very prim and proper about this. What can we go back with that's similar to a pancake?
Crepe.
Does that fit the constraint?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Good. All right. Are you ready for the exam question? Yeah, there is a meaning to this silly game about the French baked goods. You are allowed to change the sprint backlog during the sprint. True or false?
True.
True.
False.
All right, are you ready for my magic trick? Okay. I'm going to tell you one thing and every single person will know the answer immediately. You ready? Okay. Is Scrum a predictive or an adaptive framework?
Adaptive.
Adaptive.
So you know what's up?
Yeah, it's true.
It has to be. It has to be, right? Why would you use an adaptive framework to say that we are not allowed to change the sprint backlog or the scope? Yeah, I'm just getting some background noise. If I mute, you can unmute yourself. One of the most distinctive differences between Waterfall and Agile and Scrum is we can mobilize the scope. But what's the condition? You are allowed to change the sprint backlog as long as you protect the
outcome.
Yes, the goal.
Goal.
Yes, as long as you protect the goal. Okay. And why is it that even experienced Scrum Masters think you can't change the sprint backlog? I'll tell you why. because this is what you're writing. Do you see what happens? When you write sprint goals as instructions, you don't create options, and then you start creating scope, which is static. And I don't blame you, because it's hard to do this, by the way. You see this? Why is it hard? Well, this goes into a different course, but I'm going to give you an example. You see what's happening? When your purpose is weak, so is your vision. And when your vision is weak, so is your goal. And when your goal is weak, so is your monthly goal. Have you ever heard of the saying, a fish rots from the head down? I know, it's not very attractive. It's the same thing in leadership. If leadership don't know what they're doing, then don't be surprised, right? The people don't either. Don't be surprised. Can you see why I keep repeating this phrase? Fix the system, not the people. Fix the system, not the people. Because I bet some of you here are experienced and you know how to write user stories, right? True? Yeah. And one reaction to this problem is this. How do I write a better user story? A better user story is not going to solve your problem. A better user story, what's going to solve your problem is understanding the hierarchy between the purpose, vision, the goals at these levels, right? And by the way, this is just one way to help. These are time horizons, right? Yeah. These are, a sprint goal is at the monthly level. A product goal is 6 months to a year, and then a product vision could be several years, right? And so on. Okay. So do you see it's like a Russian doll set? You know how it all fits in together? Jem, are you saying when I join a company, I should figure out the hierarchy of this information? Yes, please. Is it going to be fed to me on a spoon? Am I going to get a perfect little starters pack?
Go ahead.
I doubt it.
No. Because you're late. Whenever that happens.
Right. I would love it if I joined a company, right? And they gave me a little starters pack and it was all, you know what's going to happen? It's all anarchy. Yeah, they don't know what the goal is. There's loads of interruptions. You don't know what's going on. But should you fight tooth and nail to figure this out? Yes. But it's not going to be perfect, right? Like, you're not going to get it all clear in a month or something. It's just like an ongoing process, trying to figure it out. But anyway, this is all product related. You see this conversation here? Yeah, this is like a producty type of course. But, I still see value in kind of having people think about this, right? Yeah. It's so important. Good. Okay. Tushar, go ahead.
Thanks, Jim. Sometimes in sprints, we do see some scope changes which ultimately impact the sprint goal, like features being taken off and new features being introduced due to business requirements, or nowadays with all the A/B testing part, I frequently see some of the features getting swapped early on or even in the middle of the sprints. Or sure, these sprints are supposed to be adaptive, but how does it work for the Scrum Master when you see the sprint goal itself getting impacted by some scope changes or by some business requests?
The reason your sprint goal is changing is because your product owner doesn't know what they're doing. They're not clear on what they're doing. Here's the thing, right? Can a sprint be 1 month long? Yes. Can it also be 1 week long? Yes. The problem is, as Tushar's talking about, and these kinds of words are from experience, it's really good for beginners. If you start playing with the sprint goal, do you see you're creating a new problem now? You're not going to be able to deliver anything. You're not going to be able to deliver anything now. So we are saying, if you're doing A/B testing, does everyone know what A/B testing is? It's not part of Scrum. A/B, you know when you go onto Amazon, we use Amazon here? Have you ever gone back onto Amazon before and it looks different from the last time you logged in? Yeah. Why? Are they running different layouts and aesthetics to try and get you to put something in the basket this time? Yes. Yeah. So we call these are like A/B tests that they run. And what I want to get across here is that if you have a team that make changes that keep breaking the sprint goal, this is symptomatic of a product owner who has a weak product roadmap. They're not clear. They're not clear. Look, guys, every time you say yes to something, is it true that you're saying no to something else? Isn't that true? Every time you say, if you said to me, Thomas said to me, hey, Jem, do you want to go out for a drink on Thursday night with the team? If I say yes to that, am I saying no to something else in my diary? Yes. And what determines whether I'm going to go for that drink with the team? Is it my own vision and my own focus on the thing? Do you see it's the same thing at the individual level and the team and the organizational level? So if we are just reactive and we have knee-jerk reactions to anyone and everyone, of course, there's going to be anarchy. And I bet you any money into Shah's example, I am certain of it. There's a product owner, and there's another product owner, and there's another product owner, and they're all competing for capacity, and the person above them is not giving them a clear direction. And you see what happens? They start cannibalizing each other. It's happens, right? Literally, capacity gets sucked dry. So, speak to the product owner, ask to see a roadmap, try and have the conversation. Because it can be very demotivating for a team when they can't deliver something in time. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to cook a half-baked cake. And you might have heard the phrase, stop starting, start finishing. But there's a few layers to that conversation. All right, good. Is this making sense conceptually? Excellent. Okay, so you won't get that wrong in the exam, will you? You can change the sprint backlog as long as you protect the sprint goal. All right, great. Let's go back over here and let's talk about the other factors. Now, if you look at self-organizing, this is quite a nice definition about the team being able to function effectively, a high degree of autonomy. It's a lovely word. Autonomy means you've got the ability to act on your own volition. A more simple way, I have got control over my thinking brain and my physical body. Right? That's autonomy. Now, self-organization to me means the people who are doing the work on the solutions. You got that? If you are owning the work, that means you are owning the solutions. That is a self-organizing team. Now, what are the ingredients? This is a really good effort, and people struggle on this because they'll use lovely words like transparency, collaboration, but they don't give you anything tangible. So let's take what you've got out of it and let's struggle with it. What do you need to self-organize? Let's start with that, shall we? Let's start with that. Join the company tomorrow. What's your first question on the tip of my tongue? What's the goal for this month? Do you know what I used to love doing? Hey, developers, make a sticky note. Silently, could you do me a favor? Write down the goal for the sprint. Turn it around. Oh, you'd be surprised. Some people think they're going north, some are going east, some are going west, some of them haven't got a compass. Fix the system of the people. Get clear on the goal. If the goal is weak, you can't organize. What's the next one? You need to be competent, right? Is that fair to say? How can you self-organize if you don't have the skill? Impossible, isn't it? So, are you going to upskill the people or are you going to hire people in? Which is it? Maybe it's both. The third one, I mentioned it yesterday. Do you remember when I spoke about this lightly? I think it was with Thomas. Constraints and or boundaries. Yeah. You cannot expect people to self-organize if you cannot tell them what is in and what is out. All right, let me give you an example. Does the Scrum framework contain constraints? Yes. Yes, good. Could you name me one? Time, yeah, that's a good one. What's the maximum length of a sprint? 1 month. Please make sure that you try to deliver working software in a month. Why? Because it's risky to keep building things and not checking in. What's the maximum length of the daily Scrum meeting every day? 15 minutes. Good. Is that a constraint? Yes. Who decides when to release the product to the market? The product owner, the developer, or the Scrum Master? Product owner. Product owner. We'll talk about the product owner in a bit, right? Let me give you another one. Who decides on how much work they can take into the sprint? The people doing the work, the developers, the scrum master, or the product owner?
The team.
Developers. Developers. If you are doing the work and you want people to be accountable, they should decide. See how it works? If you want me to be accountable, I will decide. If I want you to be accountable, you should decide. But does that happen within constraints? Ah, yes. Is the sprint goal a constraint? There's loads, they're everywhere. And would you believe it that even games that we play are full of constraints, aren't they? I don't know. Can you name me one game which doesn't have rules? I'm trying to think here. I've had some good answers to this. What did I get once? The Game of Life was a good one. I like that one. It's quite good. But the Game of Life does have rules, doesn't it? Death and taxes. Yeah. Maybe you've got a better accountant than me. You can get away from the second one, but I doubt the first. Games have constraints. Agreed? Then would it surprise you to know that in 2010, I spent an hour in the coffee shop with Jeff Sutherland. You know the creator of Scrum? Spent a good hour with him. Can you imagine how mad I drove him with questions? He must have regretted saying yes to me. I absolutely destroyed him for an hour with this. Like, you know, like a curious child? Why? And he said, Jem, you ever noticed on the Scrum Guide what it says under the title? I said, no. He said, it says the rules of the game. The rules of the game? He said, yeah. I said, what, Scrum's a game? He said, does it have roles? Yeah. Does it have soft rule? Yeah. Does it have tactics? Yeah. Does it have strategy? Yeah. Okay. And you know what he then asked me? Who's the referee of the game, Jen? There you go. It's a Scrum Master. Your job is to teach people to play a game, you see? But they've got to do it within the constraints and the boundaries of the game. Otherwise, it's not that game. It's a different game. Can I add one more thing to this conversation? I don't know nothing about American sports, right? I know quite a bit more about rugby. But can I make an assumption and keep me honest? In American football, are there things that happen off the ball that are illegal?
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah. Like, do sometimes people's elbows find people's rib cages accidentally? And do people accidentally stamp on people's feet? And do they say rude things in people's ears to wind people up? Yes. Yeah. Tell me something. Does the referee stop the game for every single foul committed?
No.
No. Why? Because there would be no game. True?
Yeah.
What can you take from this? A good referee will teach you to play the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a great referee will know when to bend the rules. Why? What do you need to play a game? Do you need momentum? You do, right? You need momentum? What is time momentum, Riven? I'm now trying to show you why you're on this course. Could you read the 14-page guide without me? Of course you could. But is being a good coach an art or a science? I would say both, but a lot of it is an art. Because you have to know when to turn a blind eye. You have to know when to let things go, and you have to know when to be firm. Do you see? And this is what you can't get from a guide, right? You cannot learn this from a guide. Yeah, it's like the saying, the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. Everyone knows this saying? There is what it says in the legal document, and there is the application according to the context. And that's why it's hard to do the job well, because it's not black and white. Good. I'm going to talk more about games and metaphors in that respect. Is everyone clear on this part, though, for the most part? We okay? All right. Please interject if you have a question. Cross-functional. It's interesting you say no specialists. Okay. Yeah, there's a question. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a question about the self-organizing. So the rules that you wrote under in the blue sticky note, do you mind shifting it? Yeah. So, yes. You wrote these, but then you also compared them to like Scrum meetings and stuff like that. Self-organization, from what you said, is people doing the work or running the project. Is that correct?
Yeah, the people doing the work own the solutions.
Own the solutions. Okay.
Yeah, they own the solutions. Yeah.
And so these three
components.
Is that something that they have to stick to?
Yeah. This is like saying that a Scrum team, let's say you join, let me give you a manifestation. If you join a Scrum team tomorrow, right? If you meet them, what you should be asking them about is, what is the goal for the month? Okay. If there's no goal, alarm bells. Second thing is, this one is a bit more interesting. How do we make sure we've got the people with the right skills to do the job? True. Because that's competence. Then you could build a skills matrix, right? Yeah. You know our tiramisu example? Everyone remember our tiramisu example?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Kimberly, how good are you at making mascarpone from 1 to 5? Kenton, how good are you at making coffee from 1 to 5? Do you see what I'm doing? I'm talking about their skills. Because if they keep saying to me, they're only a 1, they're only a 1, they're only a 1, what should I be thinking? Oh, okay. How do we upskill them? Or how do we bring somebody in to help them? So that's that competence. The third one is boundaries. What's a manifestation of that? Is there daily scrum, this meeting every morning, taking 25 minutes? Because if it is, we're kind of collapsing the boundary there. Do you see? And let me add a bit more of an advanced answer to this. Do you know one of the worst things that you could say to a team? Why can't we do this, Jem? Because the Scrum Guide says, oh God, please. No. Don't talk about it. Tell them why. See the difference? I joined a bunch of developers 4 months ago. Do you know how long the daily Scrum was? Half an hour. What do you think these developers thought about the daily Scrum? Do you think they were skipping into the office, singing Zippity Doodah? I can't wait for this meeting. They bloody hated it. And you know what I said to them? I would hate a meeting for half an hour as well every morning. I'm showing them from an inside-out point of view, right? There's a reason why it's 15 minutes or less. Because no meeting is sustainable every morning for half an hour. Now, I don't want to be there. So now I've got a new question for you. Why are you coming to the meeting solving the problems? Do you see what I'm doing now? I'm talking about the technique within the meeting. Oh, but I thought this meeting was to solve problems. No, it's not. It's to surface problems. If you want to solve a problem, stick around afterwards. See the difference? Oh, but I thought this meeting was about inviting Sadie from the stakeholder team. No, it's not. It's about the developers doing the work. Don't worry about the details that I'm sharing here now. I'm going to go over this later. I'm making a broader point. If you know how to play a game well, you're going to get the most out of it. But if you don't follow some of the constraints, it's going to suck. Why do you think there are so many blogs out there that start with, I hate Scrum? You're sincerely a developer. Because you're playing a terrible game of Scrum. I'm with you. I empathize. Right? You've got to play the game better. You've got to play the game better. But there are 3 manifestations, right? The constraints would be, are we finishing at this point? Yeah. Are we sticking within the goal? Are we working within this time period? Right? Yeah. It's a good question. This is helping us now unpack a bit more. The question I'm hearing from IJ is, but what does this mean? You with me? What does this look like? Yeah, and this is actually good Scrum Master skill. That's a type of facilitation when people want to unpack. So, excellent. All right, cross-functional. Here's what I'm going to tell you. A cross-functional team is a group of people with different functional expertise to reach a goal. That's perfect. But there is such a thing as a specialist in a Scrum team. Okay, let's talk about it. There was a question that I asked, but you've not answered it. Is there an architect in the Scrum team?
Yes.
I'm going to make my question more pointed. Is there an architectural role in the Scrum team?
Yes.
No. No.
Tricky question, isn't it? Tricky question. There is no architecture role. Is there architecture skill?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. And that's why it's a tricky question. In Scrum, our developers have skills. See, this developer is not, this developer specializes in architecture, right? But they also generalize in business analysis. Yeah. Specialism, something I'm very good at. Generalism, something I'm all right. Not too bad. Using the same logic, answer the question for the exam. There is such a role as a tester in Scrum, true or false?
All?
False. Do we have testing skills?
Yes.
Good. Try another one. There is such a role as a designer in Scrum, true or false?
All?
No. Do we have designer skill?
Yes. Yes.
Good. You're getting into the swing of the gymnastics now, aren't you? Right. Let's extend the metaphor. Does everyone remember the tiramisu yesterday? Yeah. Did anyone eat the tiramisu last night? After just joking. I actually ate some this morning. The breakfast of champions. Yeah, there's me lecturing the kids on a healthy diet. If we use the metaphor of the tiramisu, what's the black card? What should the black card? Acre. Perfect. There we go. What's the green card be? Give me an example of the green card. Good. I was going to write chocolatier, but I'm a coward. I got scared in my brain. It just feels like writing the word croissant. So I've already taken enough risks today. Yeah, decorative skills. That's another nice one, isn't it? Yeah, good. Metaphor working? Yeah. Good. In the exam, they will ask you, is there a person called an operation role in Scrum? Your answer will be no. In Scrum, there are developers with skills. They can be very good at something, or they can generalize something. That's it. Does this information tie in with IJ's question before about competence? Yes. Should you be figuring out what the developer's specialism and generalism is? Yes. Should you map that information to value? Yes. Should you look for where the gaps are and get them to pair up and learn about the skill? Yes. I find out Kimberly is awesome at making coffee. I'm not good at making coffee. Should Jem spend some of the time in that month watching Kimberly make coffee and Kimberly can watch me so I can see? Yes. Does that slow down delivery in the short term? Yes. But are we going to be in trouble if Kimberly goes on holiday? Yes. I don't want to be calling your phone while you're on the beach. How do we blend the beans again? What's the process? You'd be surprised though, right? Some companies have that situation, don't they? Yes. And then you wonder why that contractor is still in the job getting paid $1,200 a day because no one knows what they can do. That's why. Right? So you have to share knowledge. That's just business sense in my opinion. Forget Scrum. Good. Is everyone okay with the cross function?
So what I heard you say is there are no actual skilled people in Scrum, just people with generalized knowledge. Is that?
These are skills. Yeah, no, what I'm saying here is these green
cards. Specialty.
These are skills. But what we say is that these skills are not called roles. Do you see? Because what we're doing here is typically, you know, in a team, some people are called the architect, you see, or the business analyst, or the back-end developer. What Scrum is saying is, look, we don't want you to refer to yourself as an architect. Call yourself a developer. Why? Let me give you the deeper reason. Has anyone here been in a team where they heard a developer say this before? I don't do testing. I'm a back-end developer. If you gave me a pound coin for the I'll tell you what, I'd be very, very well off. Scrum is challenging the identity of the team. We don't care if you're good at making mascarpone. We don't sell mascarpone. We sell tiramisu. That's the challenge. But can I give you a caveat? Do I expect any of you to go to work and get you to rename everyone a developer? I'm not that wet behind the ears. In other words, you're not going to do that. But do you see the intent of Scrum? It's trying to create a flat hierarchy. Yeah, no one is more important than the other. Yeah, someone with testing skill is not beneath a back-end developer. It's trying to challenge that. That's probably like the deep philosophy. If you read like Mike Beadle's work,
I think that one of the challenging parts when it comes to that, Jim, is like you said, right? It comes from the top, right? So when you hire people, right, and you hire them as and you tell them you're going to be a front ender, you're going to be a back ender, you're going to be a QA, right? And you're in those Scrum calls and you're trying to get them to work with each other. Then you get the exact response that you said, hey, I was hired as a front ender, I was hired as a back ender. That's one of the challenges that I get to today as a Scrum master / product owner when I try to get them to work together. So it goes back to the top, right?
Yeah, you're spot on. There's a real voice of experience coming through. I think what you're saying is it's maybe to kind of help the learners come along with this. So can everyone see that I've built a workflow here? Can everyone see the workflow? Everyone's had a to-do list before, right? All right, cool. In our bakery, this is our to-do list. Can you see it? This is me picking up a recipe for a cake. This is me, whisking eggs and flour or sugar or whatever, some sorts. This is someone reviewing if the cake is cooked, and this is where we get paid because it's done. True? All right, let's talk about why this idea that our peers talking about is equally important. All right. Tell me the quickest way to make money on the board. Is it quicker to make money by picking up a new piece of work? Or is there a quicker way?
Finish the reviewed one.
Finish it.
Finish the reviewed one. Okay, cool. So you're saying that the line from review to done is shorter than the line to do to done. Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Everyone agree? Yeah. This work is ready to go into done. Look how short the line is. You see it? It's short, right? This is a long line. Okay, cool. I turn up to work and I only see myself as a person who can make cakes and whisk them and, put them together. Do you see that I am not going to attack the bottleneck? I'm just going to put in a new piece of work. True? Okay. When I put in a new piece of work, does that help the bottleneck or feed the bottleneck?
Feed it.
Do you see what's happening now? This is not improving the flow of work. This is impeding the flow of work. But if this developer believed that they could do more than one thing, would they be less concerned about their skill and attack the bottleneck? Yes. But did you hear the advanced information coming in from the other peer? The structure affects the way people work. Is it true in some teams, the people who test the cakes report to one manager and the people who bake the cakes report to another? Ah, now we're talking. That's not even a team. You know what that's called? A pseudo team. It's a facade. Everyone know what a facade is? It's like the front of a building. And you look around and there's nothing there. It's not a team. Because what's a team? Is a team a bunch of people who are working together to put the same boards in the same net? Yes. If that was true, then you would focus on where the money is, not focus on your work. Are there good reasons why some people can't pick up the items and review? Are there? Yes, of course. For example, should developers test their own work other than unit tests? Maybe not. You want someone else to, right? But you're going to have a bias. Is it possible that you don't have the skill to test the work? Maybe. Should you acquire this skill? Yes. What I'm showing you is a very simplistic way of learning about Kanban. Because what Kanban is trying to do is optimize the flow of value. Scrum doesn't talk about this, right? But this is why you should look into Kanban. Yeah, so I spoke to you about the data skill stuff, yeah? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about. Good. Okay. So I don't want to go too deep into rabbit hole, but I'm sure that gives you some context. I know we've got our break coming up, and I want to wrap up with SWOT, okay? Because we're here now. This is all good, and the answers are nice. And I'm going to break it down to you like this. Which is the incorrect diagram? What's the incorrect diagram? Is it this one? Yeah. Are the lines meant to go this way? Can you see? Yeah. What are these lines called? Lines of communication. When you add 2 people, is there 1 line? When you add 3 people, is there 3 lines? Okay, do lines of communication grow in a linear way or exponential way? Exponential, right? Because linear
Exponential,
way,
yes.
yeah, it'll be 1 or 2, 1 and 3. Why is this important? Do people greatly underestimate how much more communicating they have to do by adding 1 person to a team? Yes. Have you never heard a manager say that before? Oh, go on, just 1 more person. Just 1 more person. 1 more person, bigger team, we're slower to make decisions. Bigger team, extroverts dominate discussions. Bigger team, introverts fall back. We're generalizing, but there's some truth to this behavioral science. Do we play the telephone box game as well now because there's too many of us? Yes. So what's the magic number for a scrum team? 10. We ask that you do not exceed 10. Did we pull the number 10 out of the air randomly? No. It's inspired by Dunbar. Some of you know who Dunbar is, I bet. The Dunbar number, Dunbar was an anthropologist and he studied the way that groups would interact. Why 10? You tell me. If you went to a meeting every morning with 20 people, do you feel fried after? Yeah. Well, maybe you don't. Maybe you're a superhuman. But us mere mortals, yes. Why? Cognitive load. Everyone know what I mean by cognitive load? Do you have an amount of short-term memory and long-term memory as a person? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyone here gone to university? I remember my computer science lectures. Oh my God. I caught some of the best sleep of my life. Someone talking to me about object orientation for 3 hours. Give me a break. It's awful. Yeah. It's not because I couldn't keep up, but it was too much at once. I couldn't learn like this. And guess what? People can't learn like that. Cognitive load kills quality, it kills concentration, and it kills morale. So do we need a smaller team so cognitive load is less? Yes, please. But now I'm going to tell you the real reason why we don't want big teams. All right, you tell me. Can you think of more than 5 people in your organization that you trust with a secret? Me neither. Maybe you're one of the lucky ones. Why is that? Is there a relationship between the size of the group and the amount of trust that people have between each other? Oh, you didn't notice? Yeah. Is your friendship group different to when you were 15 to when you were 35? I wonder what happened. Yeah, this phenomenon is not it's not exclusive like to a set of people. It's normal. It's what happens. Your circle gets smaller for a lot of people. Here's the headline, folks. Trust apparently does not scale in large groups. Is it a problem that trust dilutes in big groups? Yeah. Do people become more diplomatic with you and maybe not tell you what they think when they don't trust you? Yes. Of course. It's even worse when you work in a British team. They can't even tell you what they think in a small group, let alone a big one, half of the time. But jokes aside, what is the most important thing for a high-performing team, for a high-performing relationship, platonic, romantic, anything? I am very confident in this.
To feel psychologically safe.
Yes, and what's that built upon? The relationship.
The trust.
Yes, exactly. What underpins every strong relationship? What is the bedrock of relationships? Trust. Right? If Kenton knows me and I know Kenton and we got trust, are we more likely to lean into a difficult conversation and not be afraid to have conflict? Yes. Why? Because Kenton knows Jem's not going to go home and hold it against him. He's going to be like, I know Jem. I trust him. We don't see eye to eye on a topic, but we can get into some dissent. Is being able to have uncomfortable conversations important for improvement? It's the single most important thing you've got to do. Right? Yeah, I mean, you're not my best friend if I dress up and I look silly and you let me go to town. You need to tell me I look silly. Otherwise, you're full of shit. Right? And it's the same thing with teams. We call this artificial harmony. See, artificial harmony is basically pretending that everything is cool. You're not going to improve that. Is it because the people are bad and they need to be more direct and developers are introverts? Fix their personalities? No. Fix the system, not the people. Remember? Make the team smaller. Cultivate trust. Work on psychological safety. Don't reprimand people when they have a different opinion. Make sure there's equity in the voice. Do you see? Cultivate the ecosystem, the soil. Stop trying to change people's personalities. It's patronizing. It's ridiculous. Fix the system. That's the drama that we like to be, right? Don't get me wrong, there is a space for one-to-one coaching for those who want it. But you can gain a lot more out of fixing a system than trying to fix the individual, in my opinion. Good. Toby, go ahead.
Yeah, who actually usually decides how many people will be there in the team?
It's a good question. Typically, in my experience, it's often like a managing director or a product owner, but should I give you the headline? The person who holds the purse strings. The person who owns the budget and the money decides on who the people are that can be. So, typically, in my experience, it is more like an MD, or a head of development, or a head of product, this type of person. Yeah, and a CEO maybe.
So, if a Scrum Master feels there are too many people and it's hampering the team, then how does it go?
You need to raise awareness. You need to do the cricket. We can't force you, but we can tell you about the impact. Yeah. And Melissa's comment's a good one. It's coming in just as we wrap up for the break. You are right. Back in the day, it used to say something like, no less than 4, no more than 9. True. You know, your team can't be too small. But the Scrum Guide has become less prescriptive over the years. So now we just say, we encourage you to keep it around 10 and no more. Good. All right. No problem. It's been a good workout this morning, hasn't it? Excellent. We've dived right into it. There's been some good questions. Go and take 15 minutes this time, okay? Because I want you to refresh and have time to brew a cup of tea. You can drink tea. See you in 15. Just giving away the reason why I want to give 15 minutes, haven't I? So.
your camera's on. You heard me? Yeah.
Hey folks, you were asking in the private comments about do you get the notes? Yeah, we did mention that you'll get all of the notes at the end of the course, so that's correct. So please rest assured that that will be handled, no problems. Okay, so yeah, that'll come along. All right, where are you, Mira? Hello, hello. We are moving into a new workspace. Very exciting. See that my board has been vandalized a little bit here. Please, if you're not enjoying my terrible jokes, do not take it out on the board. It is an innocent bystander. Just trying to tidy up. No, give me a second. Miro is very easy to break, right? You know when you're new. Forget it. You can control Z or Z. If you break something, you'll just kind of undo it. So yeah. Think about that in case you break something. And if you can't fix it, don't worry about it. Okay. All right, I'm liking the look now of the board. We are in workspace number 3. And workspace 3, would you believe it? We are now getting into Scrum. We've spoken about concepts, haven't we? You know, things like complexity and predictability and waterfall and agile. You know, some more like abstract stuff. And I now want to get into the bones of Scrum. And this is where you're going to start to create a firm understanding of what Scrum is. So let me explain what you've got to do. It's a big old chunk, which is good for you because you'll be getting into context. All right. The first activity in workspace number 3 is to look at the below images and tell us what do they have in common. Yeah. Can you think of any game which doesn't have rules? We kind of covered that, didn't we? Right. But just to kind of warm you up at the start. The second part of this area is to look at a fundamentals picture of Scrum. Do you see it? Can you define each element in one sentence? So what's a product backlog? What's a sprint backlog? What's a product increment? Yeah. And there's going to be varying levels of experience in your teams. So I'm sure you'll get there in your own way. When you're done answering the questions about this, the elements, the difference between the PB and the SB, how many artifacts are there in the Scrum framework? So then we move straight into different types of leadership. And as you can tell here, we have servant leadership and command and control. All right. That's not Yoda. It's meant to be. Don't panic, Star Wars fans. We know it's Grogu. But just for the purposes of this course, one of my kids picked it out to just go with it. What are the differences in these two approaches? What's a servant leader to you? What's a command and controller? Number two, which style do you believe is more suited to the Scrum Master? Is it obvious? Are there any scenarios where command and control makes sense? Now, I'm always interested to see the way that people make the argument for command and control. And there might be some more angles that I think are completely reasonable. So when you come downstairs, what you will then see is something that dovetails off of servant leadership. And this is about motivational theory. As a Scrum Master, it does help to have an understanding of some basics of behavioral science. And this video will get you started. This is about intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic. Things that motivate you from the inside. For example, purpose, mastery, autonomy. The video will explain better. But the opposite of intrinsic is extrinsic. Things that motivate you from the outside. Money, status, and so on. You're going to watch a video for 11 minutes, and then you will spend 9 minutes answering the questions regarding the video. Okay? The questions are there. I'll share the video in a sec. When you come on over, you are then going to build your own Scrum. Do you see the elements? You are going to move the elements into the order that you see fit. Where does Scrum begin? Where does Scrum end? Right? Scrum has an order to it, doesn't it? There are events, there are artifacts, there is an activity, there's a role. I would like you to do your best to show us your understanding of the flow of Scrum. I've removed an artifact. Can you see it? Can you spot it? That's the question. I'm sure you will. Finally, to wrap this up, you have a quiz of Scrum. Do you see the questions here? There are 5 of them. And these are fundamentals. I've already hinted at the answer of some of these, but they relate around Scrum being a framework. What are the components of Scrum? There is a process inside of Scrum. They get more advanced as they go. Now, you might have picked up on this course, when you go into your rooms, you may feel like you don't know the answers to these things because you've not been around it. But the way the course works is, we know, on average, say there's 10 people, there will always be 2 or 3 people with a lot more knowledge, right? And that starts to average out. You connect with what you currently know, you hear it from other people's mouths, and then when you come back in, we debrief, we polish off any misunderstandings. Okay? So, how long have you got? You've got quite a bit of time. Not a lot of time to do it, you know what I mean? 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 1 hour, 10 minutes, okay? 1 hour, 10 minutes. What I need to share for you is the video on the motivation. Remember, everything you do on the course is there to kind of, mirror a Scrum team. So please do it all as teams. Okay? The video is like an animation. It's an excellent video. It was one of the reasons that I went to Austin to see the author speak at a conference. Daniel Pink. He's just an incredible guy to watch. And it's never a bad idea to go to Austin either. That's a great place to visit. Good. Okay. So, is everyone clear on what needs to be done? 1 hour and 10 minutes, yeah? Now, I'm going to do something a little bit cheeky now. I'm going to put your break here. You see it? Because after 1 hour and 10 minutes, you're going to be a little bit fried. Do you see why I'm putting the break here? Who can tell me what element I'm using of self-organization? What is that? It's a constraint. Because if you don't finish your work on time, you're going to miss your break. Right? This means you need to be on top of your time. Do you see? You need to be on top of your time. Get a stopwatch on. Be open about where you are. If it's going too long, keep it moving, right? If it's going too long, keep it moving. Don't beat each other up. 1 hour, 20 minutes, you would have completed the show there, and you would have had a break. We are in new teams today because, well, why not? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I can send you a link to the board. No worries. I'll do that for you now as well. Yeah, there you go, William. All right. Good. Now you're most welcome. Okay, so you've all been invited. You should see the old pop-up in the top right-hand corner usually. And I'll put my time as well. Good.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Should we jump in?
Right away.
Yep. I can keep track of time. I think we've got 10 minutes per each little sheet or whatever, and then 10 minutes for that video.
Okay.
Okay, I'll start the timer right now. All right, does someone want to maybe share their screen and we can kind of work from there? Do we want to just all look at the same canvas?
I'm not going to volunteer because I'm not so good at this. I'm new, so I'm just
I'll share my
learning
screen.
from
It's
people.
okay.
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
So the previous one is already, we have discussed the class, this one. There are no games allowed. So does anybody have any other opinion?
The sound is muffled. Can you please like speak clearer?
Yeah. This is the first one.
Yes.
Okay.
What do below images have in common? We already discussed it in the class actually. So
They all have rules.
yeah,
Provide
And-
structure.
sure.
They all have a framework.
Yeah, framework of field, like, yeah, it, like, field, they have to stay in, like,
Time constraint or time bound?
Like set boundaries.
Or time boxed? Yeah, time boxed.
Okay. Can you think of any game which doesn't have rule?
no,
No. Okay. Shall we go to the second one?
Sure.
yeah.
Below is a basic picture of the Scrum framework. Define each element in one sentence.
A product backlog is actually like the list of the prioritized or list of work to be done, maybe?
Okay.
And then and sprint backlog is just the one that's actually designated for the specific sprint. And maybe we can add that it's done by the product owner.
Okay, but is it still prioritized work or how is it? different from product backlog? Like it is sprint specific, I understand that, but
I think it's also prioritized, right?
I have no clue. I have never.
So the product backlog is actually like the list of all the tasks related to the product, and then what the product owner does is, of course, together with the developer team, they select specific ones that are the ones they want to complete within the next sprint. So actually, it's just like taking out of this product backlog some of the tasks to assign to the sprint, which then will be shifted to the sprint backlog for that specific sprint. But please correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm also not.
No, you're right.
I think you can just say not now for that. They shouldn't be presenting.
Should I?
No.
Anybody else wants to present?
No.
Just click
Somebody
on
else
now.
took that and shouldn't have.
It's some other persons, I think. They're trying.
Am I doing it? Oh.
No. Good Thomas.
Is it okay? Prioritized work of that sprint.
Product backlog, it won't be prioritized. It's just the list of items that has the common end goal. So it's the list of tasks.
Is it okay? List of work to be done?
Yeah, list of work to be done or list of tasks to be done. And the sprint backlog is the actual work that's prioritized as part of the future sprint.
Okay, of that sprint.
No, future sprint. It's not like the current sprint. In the current sprint, you will have the active items that need to be worked on.
Okay.
If it is a backlog, those items will be going to the future sprint.
Okay, prioritize work of next sprint.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we go to the next one?
I don't think I agree with the next sprint, the prioritized work of next sprint, because the product backlog is like the big picture of all the features that needs to be in the product that is on the list. Then for this sprint, of 1 to 4 weeks, what are we going to be working on? That's when it's like a subset of the big picture. We want to make a whole cake, but we are taking out just this chunk out. This is what we're working on for this sprint. So what we do at the end is the increments that we are presenting. So it's not for future sprint. I think it's for the sprint that we are.
And once it's done, it's just it disappears from the backlog because then it's not part of the backlog.
Okay. It's okay. Start the work of the sprint.
Okay, means we might get to know more details. Let's see.
Of course. How many artifacts are there in the Scrum framework?
No, there is one more product increment.
Okay.
The puzzle piece.
I was reading the question. Yeah. Oh, okay.
No, I think you missed the sprint itself, which is the 1 to 4 weeks, the circle.
Okay.
Because you're supposed to define all the elements in it. So we have to define that circle that it's the 1 to 4 weeks. That's the sprint itself.
Okay.
And the 24 hours is actually like the daily stand up cycle, right? Like within
the daily stand up is 15 minutes.
Yeah, but the cycle, like the 24 hours?
Yeah, that would be like the day. I don't know. But that's what, if you had said 15 minutes, then I would have done that. Okay, it's 15 minutes sprint each day. But that's 24 hours. I don't know what that is.
I'm pretty new to all this. The sprint just equals the amount of time you are working with. Is that correct?
24 hours is the thing. See, when we have the daily Scrum calls, so what we discuss is whatever we have done as of yesterday and what we are going to do within these 24 hours. So if we have the sprint cycles, usually the sprint release is like 2 weeks to 4 weeks.
So should I write sprint cycle here?
Yeah. Okay. But the 24 hours is the where we have these daily Scrum calls. So 1 to 4 weeks is the sprint cycle, and the 24 hours is the daily Scrum calls, where the team tells like, okay, what they have done yesterday and what are they going to do within the next 24 hours.
Okay.
So actually, if you break it down, you have like the product backlog, which is a whole set of tasks you have to do, and then you have the sprint backlog. So you're like you commit to finalizing these tasks to get a product increment at the end of this sprint. So what you do then within this, so this sprint backlog is running for 1 to 4 weeks, depending on the length of your sprint.
Yes.
So what you do is every morning or every day, depending, but usually it's a morning, you select and you decide on that's what you want to complete within this 24-hour framework. So at the end of this whole 1 to 4 week sprint, you complete within like a lot of 24 hours circles, you empty actually the sprint backlog.
Okay. Yes, that's right. That's right.
Okay.
You're correct.
So that's the same work.
It means there won't be any discussions kind of, it's just because it's a self-organized team.
So status update or
okay, what will be done? That's it. There won't be any discussions or nothing on that. The work to be done on the work, to be done or did within the last 24 hours means.
The work done /
to be done. Yeah. Sprint cycle for 1 to 4 weeks. That's when we actually will know what will be done.
It's actually what it is like this 24 hours. It's actually like a short-term plan for the next 24 hours.
As a time check, we have about 2 minutes left if we're giving 10 minutes to each.
Okay. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah. Then cycle. The iterations. What is it? How do you say this? It's the iteration of the time frame or
this is means as far as I know, this is where you will actually prioritize the work of that particular sprint. 1 to 4 weeks is the place where you will discuss on not the retrospective but the sprint planning. That's when you prioritize the work of that particular sprint. And the sprint backlog, when you are not able to access within that particular sprint, you will move those items to the future sprint backlog. Means if you guys agree, if not,
cycle is like the time in which the team works or for that sprint.
Okay, definition. I think we should. But the sprint cycle can't be like 4 weeks. Usually there won't be like a month sprint.
No. It can be. It can be. It depends. It depends. Sometimes the sprint is 1 week. Sometimes it's a month. So that's actually the length of the sprint is 1 to 4 weeks.
Okay. So the max is 4 weeks.
So we can just say length of the sprint, right?
Yeah, just like that.
Max.
Of the sprint cycle, right? Yeah. And then the product increment is actually what has to be delivered as or each increment of or at the end of the sprint.
Okay. To be delivered in the sprint. Okay.
We should move here quickly, maybe to the last question.
What is the difference between the product backlog and sprint backlog?
The set of items. So the product backlog is the whole list of tasks, and then the sprint backlog is.
Sprint backlog is the subset of product backlog of the items of this product backlog.
Backlog is the subset for that sprint, right?
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Mm-hmm. How many artifacts are there? 3. So it's actually the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and the increment.
And how many artifacts are there in the Scrum framework?
3.
3 or okay, 3. Okay.
There's only 3 because the sprint cycle is just the time that you're working.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So it's product
I'm just
backlog,
trying to
sprint
keep up with you
backlog, and
guys.
product increment.
William, I'm also in the same boat. I have no clue about Scrum. Totally new. Okay, this is done?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go on the next one. Yeah. So,
first question is, what is the difference between these two approaches, servant leadership and command and control?
I think a servant leadership is somebody who just is able to take the lead, but still serve the project without being in command or control. Like working as part of the team.
First among equals?
Servant leadership, being more taking feedback and adjusting the plan versus just making the decision.
More flexible.
It's more like a facilitator, like actually, yeah. Instead of
like the coach instead of the manager kind of thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That makes sense.
Facilitator, coach. Okay, and command and control.
More authoritative.
Gives instructions, maybe like we discussed. This is more discussion based, and this is more instructional, authoritative. Yeah. Top down.
Yeah, it's more like collaborative or like supporting instead of top down. Yeah.
Yeah. Authoritative gives instructions. Okay.
And maybe also like it's recommending, and for command and control is actually having the final word on something, and for the servant leader,
Not
it's
giving
the
options,
decision of
Giving
well,
not
yeah, for
giving
command.
options.
Well, I think both can give options, but I would say the servant leader is just recommending, but the decision is taken by someone else because the Scrum Master is not taking any decisions in terms of the backlog or the work to be done or how it's done. So
That's why it's collaborative.
That's part of, yeah, well, that's actually the decision is made by the product owner, or then when it comes to how the work is done, the decision is made by the team itself. But in terms of command and control, the final say is actually the commander or whoever is like the leading person has the say in how it's done, or at least the final,
So like the command and control is the last stop. They have the, to your point, Andrea, they have the final say.
Final say.
Right, like, right. And the other one is just recommending or coaching, and then the final say is not like, it's not him or her, like taking.
Okay. Gives instructions or makes decisions. And this one is coach.
Yeah. And recommending, I would say like,
okay.
What?
So we can add influencing to the servant leader.
And to do, like, I would say, like, servant leader is also like a facilitator, right? Like, we already have that. Okay. And then, which style do you believe is more suited to the Scrum? To the Scrum Master is the servant leader, yeah.
Okay. Are there any scenarios where command control makes sense?
Yeah, when the things are out of control totally, then in that case, because as a coach as well, they need to know when to pull out the plug, right? That's one of the things that Scrum Master has. So only in such rare scenarios.
Maybe when constraints have to be defined, then it has to be decisive. Because
Don't some situations
when constraints have to be decided.
I would limit it to high level things, like when it's a long-term decision or strategic decision, then it's more command and control, because then it's someone else outside the team. When it's actually affecting budget, for example, or the long-term strategy, then it's not on the team to decide that. That's actually something which is like a centralized decision, not self.
Or when the product vision or the purpose of the project is being affected.
Yeah, because that is beyond the purview of the team, right? It is beyond them. So we can say when it's more detailed.
We've got about 5 minutes left.
Okay. I think this is done. Or any other points for that?
If we have more time, maybe we can come back.
Right.
and come back.
It's strange, we are the only one on that part, right? Like we are the.
Yeah, of course.
No one is flying around there.
Yeah. I think they're still in the other one, yeah, here.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
Or in that note, maybe you can keep it as team 2 kind of on the top, because everyone are asking questions, right?
Yeah. So actually yesterday I was in team 1, so I put it as team 1. Sorry. Yeah, I put green because it was green, but then I put it under team 1.
Yeah.
My bad.
No, it's okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Can you try to shrink it so that it stays on the column so that we don't go into other people's?
Okay. But it's normally it becomes very small and like this.
Yeah, when they are ready to read it, you can click on it and make it bigger.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now the video.
Video, yeah, let's watch the video then. Should I share my screen or we all watch it on our own?
Probably all watch it on our own. Just so
Okay,
that-
okay. Okay, let's watch the video then, yeah. Okay.
Where? How do I get back to the link?
That's the problem. I think we should stay
to the chat.
Because if we leave, I don't know how to come back.
Yeah, please.
If we leave to go wait for us.
Click the chat button and that'll pop up the main chat window that's got the link in it.
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Can you see the video here?
No.
No? Okay. Let me
Making
change.
videos on YouTube involves a lot of.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm sharing. 1 second, I'm going to the next window.
Okay.
Share. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Or you get a straightforward.
But are you able to hear the sound? I'm not
Yes.
sure if
Yes,
you are. Okay.
yeah.
Kind of.
Galaxy, did I, change? This is everything. And I'm
Our motivations are unbelievable. I find I've been working on this for a few years and I just find it so deep. So I want to tell you about that. Science is really surprising. Science is a little bit freaky. Okay? We are not as endlessly manipulable and as predictable as you think. There's a whole set of unbelievable interesting studies. I want to give you two that call into question this idea that if you reward something, you get more of the behavior you want. If you punish something, you can. Streets of Cambridge, Massachusetts.
There's a problem with the volume. Can you guys hear it?
No.
No, earlier it was fine. Now it's.
I'm just reading the subtitle.
Me too.
Service to country and community.
Now? Now is it there?
It's there, but no volume.
No volume?
Mm-mm.
That's
On and off.
Reward the very top performers, ignore the low performers, and see all focus on it. And get a little bit. So what happened? They ran a test. They have these incentives. Here's what they found out. One, as long as the task involved only mechanical skill, bonuses worked as they would be expected. The higher the pay, the better the performance. Okay, that makes sense. But here's what happened. But once the task calls for even rudimentary cognitive skill, A larger reward led to poorer performance. Now this is strange, right? A larger reward led to poorer performance. How can that possibly be? Now what's interesting about this is that these folks here who did this are all economists. Two at MIT, one at the University of Chicago, one at Carnegie Mellon, okay, top tier of the economic profession. And they're reaching this conclusion that seems contrary to what a lot of us learned in economics, which is that the higher the reward, the better the performance. And they're saying that once you get above rudimentary cognitive skill, the other way around. Seems like this kind of, the idea that these rewards don't work that way seems vaguely left-wing and socialist, doesn't it? It's kind of this kind of weird socialist. For those of you who have those conspiracy theories, I'm going to point out the notoriously left-wing socialist group that financed the research, Federal Reserve Bank. So this is the mainstream of the mainstream comes to a conclusion that's quite surprising, seems to defy the laws of behavioral physics. So this is strange. This strange funding. So what do? They say, this is street. Let's go test it somewhere else. Maybe that $50, $60 prize isn't motivating, right? So let's go to a place where $50 is actually more significant relative, right? So we're going to take the experiment. We're going to go to Madurai, India, rural India, where $50, $60, whatever the number was, is actually a significant sum of money. So they replicated the experiment in India roughly as follows: small rewards, equivalent of 2 weeks' salary. Small performance, low performance, 2 weeks salary, medium performance, about a month's salary, high performance, about 2 months salary. Okay, so those are real good incentives. Okay, so you're going to get a different result here. Well, what happened though was that the people offered the medium reward did no better than the people offered the small. But this time around, people offered the top reward. They did work from home. Higher incentives led to work. What's interesting about this is that it actually isn't all that anomalous. This has been replicated over and over and over again by psychologists, by some extent by sociologists, and by economists, over and over and over again. For simple, straightforward tasks, those kinds of incentives, if you do this, then you get that, they're great. For tasks that are algorithmic, set of rules where you have to just follow along and get a right answer, give them rewards, carrots and sticks, outstanding. But when tasks get more complicated, when it requires some conceptual, creative thinking, those kinds of motivators want. In fact, money is a motivator at work, but in a slightly strange way. If you don't pay people enough, they won't be motivated. What's curious about there's another paradox. The best use of money as a motivator. To pay people enough, take the issue of money off the table. Pay people enough so that they're not thinking about money, they're thinking about the work. Now, once you do that, it turns out there are 3 factors that science shows lead to better performance. Not to mention personal satisfaction. Autonomy, mastery, purpose. Autonomy is our desire to be self-directed, direct our own lives. Now, in many ways, the traditional notions of management run afoul. Management is great if you want compliance, but if you want engagement, what we want in the workforce today is people are doing more complicated, sophisticated things. Self-direction is that. Let me give you some examples. A radical form of self-direction in the workplace that leads to good results. Let's start with this company right here, Atlassian, an Australian company, a software company. They do something really cool. Once a quarter, on Thursday afternoon, they say to their developers, for the next 24 hours, you can work on anything you want. You can work on it the way you want. You can work on it with whomever you want. All we ask is that you show the results to the company at the end of the 24 hours. In this fun kind of meeting, not a star chamber section, but this fun meeting with the beer and cake and fun and other things like that. It turns out that one day of pure undiluted autonomy has led to a whole array of fixes for new software, a whole array of ideas for new products that otherwise would never emerge. One day. Now, this is not an if-then incentive. This is not the sort of thing that I would have done 3 years ago before I moved to Greece. I would have said, you want people to be creative and innovative? Give them a freaking innovation bonus. If you do something cool, I'll give you $2,500. They're not doing this at all. They're essentially saying, you probably want to do something. Let me just get out of your way. One day of autonomy produces things that never emerged. Now, let's talk about mastery. Mastery is our urge to get better at stuff. Like to get better at stuff. This is why people play musical instruments on the weekend. You have all these people who are acting in ways that seem irrational economically. They play musical instruments on weekends. Why? It's not going to get them paid. It's not going to make them any money. Why are they doing it? Because it's fun. You can get better at it, and that's satisfying. Go back in time a little bit. I imagine this if I went to my first economics professor, a woman named Mary Alice Schulman. And I went to her in 1983, said, Professor Schulman, can I talk to you after class? Yeah. I got this inkling. I got this idea for a business model. I just want to run it past you. Here's how it would work. Get a bunch of people around the world doing highly skilled work, but they're willing to do it for free. Volunteer their time, 20, sometimes 30 hours. I'd be looking at some skeptical there. Oh, but I'm not done. And then what they create, they give it away rather than selling. She literally would have thought I was insane. Right? You take a fly in the face of something and think, what do you have? You have Linux powering 1 out of 4 corporate servers in Fortune 500 companies, actually powering more than the majority of web servers, Wikipedia. What's going on? Why are people doing it? Why are these people, many of them are technically sophisticated, highly skilled people who have jobs, okay? They have jobs. They're working at jobs for pay, doing sophisticated technological work. And yet, during their limited discretionary time, they do equally, if not more, technically sophisticated work, not for their employer, but for someone else for free. That's a strange economic behavior. Economists will look into it. Why are they doing this? Overwhelmingly challenge and mastery, along with making money. More and more the rise of what you might call purpose mode. That more and more organizations want to have some kind of transcendent purpose. Partly because it makes somebody to work better, partly because that's the way to get better talent. And what we're seeing now is, in some ways, when the profit motive becomes unmoored from purpose motive, bad things happen. Bad things ethically sometimes, but also bad things just like not good stuff, like crappy products, like lame service, like uninspiring place to work. When the profit motive is paramount, or when it becomes completely unpicked on purpose, yes, people don't do great things. More and more organizations are realizing, but disturbing the categories of what's profit and what's purpose. And I think that actually heralds. I think that the companies organizations that flourish, whether they're profit, for profit, or somewhere in between, are animated by this purpose. Let me give you a couple of examples. Here's the founder of Skype. Our goal is to be disruptive, but in the cause of making the world a better place. Pretty good purpose. Here's Steve Jobs. I want to put a ding in the universe. All right? That's the kind of thing that might get you up in the morning and racing to go to work. So I think that that we are purpose maximize, not only profit maximize. I think the science shows that we care about mastery very, very much. And the science shows that we want to be self-directed. And I think that the big takeaway here is that if we start treating people like people and not assuming that they're simply ports, slower, smaller, better smelling ports, if we get past this kind of ideology of carrot and stick and look at the science, I think we can actually build organizations and work lives that make us better off. But I also think they have the promise to make our world better.
Is everyone able to see the screen now? The workspace?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go with the questions. Scrum Masters benefit from understanding theories around motivation to help their teams become effective. How present are intrinsic motivators in your team? Anyone who wants to answer this about their team?
According to the video, the intrinsic motivators are more meaningful.
Yeah, how present are intrinsic motivators? How present means they're there or not, or?
Yeah, do they mean our team at work or this team?
Yeah, I think work. I think it means work. I guess it means work, I'm not sure.
Right, but doesn't it also kind of matter who those individuals are and what their
Yeah, it's personal.
personal drive is all about?
I think it can go in a generalized way because
Or we can say subjective. Intrinsic motivators.
I think they're all present for each individual in their own way.
But they're different, yeah. Motivators can be.
Everybody's doing things for their own. They have their own way of personally motivating and their own reasons for doing what they're doing. So
Can be.
I think they're very present. It's just as the leader or scrum master should be able to differentiate the reasoning with each
Or each individual.
I think you just got to see them for who they are.
Yeah. And like the video rightly said, as humans, not just somebody you get work out of.
Just take it as it comes, kind of thing.
Yeah. Is it okay?
Yeah, that's nice.
Then second is what can Scrum Master do to help bring these to life?
Recognize them.
Recognize for each individual on team.
Protect the team's autonomy.
It can be, for some it could be autonomy, for some it could be mastery, like the video said. For different people it could be different things.
For the team as a whole, like the Scrum Master's role is to protect its autonomy so that no one's coming in and telling you these are the tasks that you're working on.
Right, right. So ensure autonomy, is it okay? Any other point? Or second question?
I think connecting the team's purpose or the individual's purpose with like the broad.
Or like a bigger goal, or aligning with the goal, aligning the goal, aligning with the vision.
What about listening and, I don't know, observing? Because I think this is also like a huge role of kind of the role of the Scrum Master to observe the dynamic in the team and then, or actually in individuals to.
I think you definitely have to read the room.
So identify any signs which might be blockers or anything for the team. Through like team dynamics. Is it okay?
conflicts resolution as well, I think, right?
Yeah, it could be a conflict also, like a blocker. Like some people might be in conflict, so they might not be working well together. That could be one thing. Resolve conflicts. Should we move on to the third or any other points to this?
I think we can move on.
Okay. So do you see the relationship between complex work and intrinsic motivation?
I think you can take the complexity out of work if you're able to recognize what is motivating your team members.
Yeah, but I think it's related to the video, like they said, like it's about in the research that the more complex it gets, the more intrinsic motivation works with the complex kind of assignments or work. That money doesn't work anymore. It's more
right, because people want people want the win. The money is secondary. I just want to win. I want to do a good job. I want a nice job with my project.
Yeah, they have that thing that they want to feel heroic or maybe good or the best that they're doing.
As the complex work has more options, so that improves the intrinsic motivation for the people, right? Means they can think in multiple ways and figure out their own option, kind of.
They're allowed a little more freedom for creativity, kind of thing.
Yeah, more creativity. Yes.
Freedom to be more creative. To be more. Complex work gives people more options, freedom to be more creative. So autonomy is so motivator work better in this case for them. Like I think freedom should come with autonomy. Like complex work gives people more options, or we should frame this better. So in terms of for them. Does it look okay? Does it make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It is more involving. Maybe we can say that it's more involving, and you need to be more evaluative while doing complex work. It's not a simple, yes or no thing, or it's not an easy task. It's more involving. It requires more cognitive abilities, maybe. Like we have to be more intellectual to solve something complex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's the map versus the tunnel. You can't tell people how to solve a complex problem. Yeah, let's go to the other one, and then we'll come back. Maybe I think all of us are kind of we've done it.
Okay. Should I make it smaller? Somebody else left it.
There's two more. I thought there's one more. Oh,
There's only one, right?
no, there is two more.
Two.
I thought it's only one. Yeah. Arrange the below pieces of Scrum to show us where you believe the Scrum framework begins and where it ends. Identify the missing artifact. Okay. True. So first one will be, there will be people, I guess, first, right? Yep. I'm not sure. Can we rearrange them? Is it possible to rearrange them?
Are we only looking for the artifact? Because
it says arrange
there
the
are
below
three.
pieces. Where you
Oh,
believe
okay.
To show us where you believe that Scrum begins and where it ends.
Last, I guess.
It begins at the backlog, or I don't know. People and then sprint. I don't know. Somebody was working.
Would it not begin with the product owner because that's who's going to fill their backlog?
Yeah, right. Product owner, yeah. First, product owner will tell what he wants, then only the rest of the team can work. Starts with product owner. And ends with refinement or refinement, or what should be done? Or retrospective. Retrospective should be done, right? Retrospective. After everything is done, then we would think.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I don't know where sprint reviews
Sprint
go.
planning, I think it starts with
Planning
sprint
is
planning.
next, right?
It should start with sprint planning. It should be like this, right? Product owner and ends with retrospective. Is somebody rearranging in our group?
Should it start with the product backlog?
No, but product backlog will be populated by product owner, right? I'm not sure. I'm just.
The product, well, the prioritization of the product backlog is done by the product owner, but
So product backlog itself is created by whom?
well, but
The
Yeah, it will be
owners,
product
right? I mean,
owner.
they're the ones that are setting the pace.
Yeah, the
They're the ones
business.
that,
The PO is the one that creates the product backlog because he's like the one that liaises with the business to tell us what they want.
Yeah, so product owner will be the one initiating, yeah. But is it somebody? Jeremy is in our team? No, I can't see any Jeremy in our team.
Yeah,
Jeremy's in our team.
arranging them.
Yeah, okay, then it's perfect. I thought somebody else is arranging for us. Perfect. So we can just I'll zoom it in so that we can see this.
And then
Product owner, backlog, Scrum Master, sprint backlog. Okay.
And then they say to identify what's missing.
So shouldn't all the people come first? I'm guessing like product owner, Scrum Master, and developer all together like first, and then
Yes, because there is Scrum team. The Scrum team has the PO, the developers, and the Scrum Master. So they are a team. Like all of us are together.
Yeah.
Nobody's
Yeah.
on top on the bottom. So you,
yeah. So all three. It starts with all three, and then maybe they make the backlog. I don't know.
Would it necessarily start with all three because the developer's not really going to be involved with the product owner coming up with the product specifications?
Okay.
well, the developers are involved. They discuss the backlog and the items that are in the backlog together with the product owner, because they need to actually tell the product owner how much time they need for the specific task. Otherwise, the product owner can't really prioritize the backlog.
Are you talking
Because
about
how would
working with the product owner or working with the Scrum Master?
no working with the product owner?
Okay, because wouldn't the Scrum Master be the one to set the priorities on the items that are being pulled into the sprint?
No,
The
developers.
Scrum the Scrum, no, the product owner is the product owner is the owner of the backlog. As far as I understand, he is like responsible for prioritizing the backlog.
Yes.
And he takes input from developers.
For the job to be done in the sprint is the job of the developers to pull what they think they can do. They have their autonomy. Nobody is dictating work for them. They pull whatever they can do from the product backlog and has been prioritized. This A is important than B. We want A done. So the developers will be the ones to go to the product backlog and get whatever they want into the sprint, the current sprint that they work on, into the sprint backlog. So I think they should be together. I don't think we should separate them.
Yeah, so maybe we can start with the people and then the activities. Like first there'll be
But it's not the developers who are pulling out of the sprint backlog the items that are like fine.
Excuse me.
The Scrum Master will be on top of the product owner. Usually means that the Scrum
it's the flat team, no? So nobody's over anybody. It's like flat team.
No, it's like the Scrum Master. When we have the projects, there will be like for each individual product, there will be individual product owners, and the Scrum Master will handle kind of all of these aligned at the project level. It's not like over or anything, but product owner, he will be only for that particular product, and he will take care of only that particular backlog. So within the project, there will be like multiple product owners for that entire project when you take it as a at the project level. But
Okay, so in this, what at the end will be retrospective or review? What is in the end? Retrospective, right? Or review?
Yeah, retrospective.
Okay, so we can move retrospective to the end.
Yes.
Yeah.
And planning will definitely be before sprint.
Of course, yes, before the sprint.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And refinement will be after the delivery, or right? I don't know. Refinement.
Refinement is after the product backlog. That's why they talk about to make sure that the developers understand the features they are about to build. So I think sometimes they do it like every week, like every Wednesday. I don't know. Okay, I think I'm not sure.
I know coming from a developer standpoint, we usually did refinement every other week.
That's right.
Whichever week was not our planning week, we did refinement of the backlog.
Okay, so refinement is with respect to backlog, because I don't have any clue what refinement means here. It's the refinement of the backlog or product.
Backlog items to make the developers really understand what they are working on. So there's the refinement, like if you don't understand something, the product owner can come and clarify what the business requirement is. So, just to make sure the developers understand what they're doing and it's towards the sprint goal. So like I said, sometimes every other week, or if you can do it every week, just to make sure everybody's clear and they're all working towards the same thing.
Okay, so then maybe it should come after sprint planning, or because it's refining within the sprint, right? It's not across sprint.
Yes, it's within the sprint.
So after sprint planning, the sprint maybe, and then daily scrum, and then after the daily scrum, maybe refinement.
But the daily scrum is actually placed here.
Because it goes with the sprint process every day.
Yeah, right. It's like do you remember the visual we had before where we said it's a 24 hours? And actually it's the same play. Like, so the sprint is the sprint length of 1 to 4 weeks, and the daily scrum is actually placed here.
Okay.
Well,
it's sequential? You're going sequential? Okay. So we can put it inside this maybe, in the center.
Yeah,
something within the sprint works. If it works.
The sprint planning should not be after the sprint. It should be before.
No, it should be before, right?
Yes.
Planning will be
planning, then action, then review. Yeah.
It's planning, it's then refinement, then it's the sprint, and then it's sprint review, and then it's sprint review.
Yeah.
Okay. But what is the difference, if I may ask, between review and retrospective?
The review is more like a demo, as far as I understood. So it's more like presenting what you did to like to
Like
improve
the
on.
review is the end of the day and the retrospective is the end of the project?
The review is like what we call everybody to come and see what we've done, and then we get their feedback, their inputs. And so that's the review, like a show and tell.
Yeah.
This is what we're working on. We're showing
And right,
the
and the
retro
rate
is for you and the developers. Okay, what happened? How did we do? What went well? What did not go well? What can we change going forward? Because there's going to be more sprints in future. So the retrospective is more like an in-house thing where we don't need the CEO being there. We don't need all the external stakeholders and all those people there. It's just within us. So the developers can open up and tell us their pain points.
How can we improve in the next sprint? Okay.
Like I'm focused on the process, right?
Right.
How did the process go versus the review is like, here's what we've done.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I think that's the
Refinement will be before the sprint or after the sprint? We refine after or before? I don't know. Or it could be every time.
I don't know, but I would assume it's more like being more detailed about, but I don't know.
I think it's an ongoing thing. It's not something
ongoing. Yeah, I think it should be. It should be all the
let's
time.
make sure this thing is clear. Let's keep talking about it and refining it. It can be in that sprint circle, or it can be after it, but it should not be before the sprint starts.
Mm-hmm.
Can you refine before the sprint starts? William?
But what will you refine if you?
I'm sorry?
Can you refine the product backlog, the sprint backlog items before the sprint starts at all? Can you?
That's how we always did it.
Okay.
No, but if you've not worked, then how will you refine it? If you'll work some and then refine, right? Or
Well, the refinement is mainly coming up with the descriptions of the stories, the complexity, and the time boxing of it.
So
which is normally done
plan.
before the sprint.
So you do the sprint planning, then you refine the plan, then you do this, then you do the sprint.
We always did the refinement before the sprint planning, because once the items are refined, then you can plan out just how many you can pull into the sprint.
Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah, could be. So you refine the backlog actually, not the planning. Yeah, so yeah, it should go before then in that case. You refine the backlog, then you plan, and then you execute the sprint. Yeah, makes sense.
Right.
Does anyone know the missing artifact?
Yeah, they have to.
An increment.
We have about 2 minutes left.
Increment. Yeah, for increment. Yeah, for increment.
So we need to put an increment after the sprint before the review. Because what are we reviewing when we don't have an increment state?
So we need to move the refinement before the sprint planning, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. This will come after the sprint, right? It will come after the sprint. Yeah. Can somebody arrange it, please? I'm not able to move the smaller ones.
Does the product increment come before the sprint review or after the?
Yes. That's what they are reviewing at the sprint review. And this is what we came up with after working with the whole 4 weeks or 2 weeks sprint is over. This is our product increment that we came out with. And then the reviews with the whole organization. See what they have to go back and, and then they come back and do the retro.
Okay, so product increment is basically the output, right? Whatever they were working on in the sprint, that is the output. So yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, I think we're done. This was the last one, right? Or there's one more? There's one more. They keep increasing or what? There's one more.
We're exactly on time, so if we keep this,
Ready? Okay.
So keep our 10-minute break. Work fast. I really
we should write these in here.
No, I think it's fine. We reordered them.
Oh, yeah.
I think, actually, can I change something? I think the product increment is after the review.
Yeah,
Because
because as far as I know, sprint review is like the team will decide whether the product that has been developed is ready to be released. Released.
Or is it like, or it at least as if it's done.
It's complete.
According
Definition of
to.
done. According
So
to
that's what the sprint review, and after that we will release the product. That's the product increment.
Okay.
So, as far as my work, that's what I thought, but means each company has their own way, right? So I'm not sure.
But does it make sense to, sorry for interrupting, because I know we moved to the other one, but if we put the increment there as an artifact,
Yeah, that should be fine.
Yes.
is it like then the line, so it's just the combination of the two lines in the, after develop, okay, then it's okay.
Yeah, but it's sequential, yeah. We can put an arrow, if there is an arrow like this, connection line, something like this, I don't know.
That should be fine, I think, means they will
I think it's
understand.
fine, there we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
System, then the team 2 is there, yeah, that's why. Team 3 is okay. So, yeah, what makes Scrum a framework? So meta level now. Yeah. What makes Scrum a framework? It doesn't have detailed instructions. It is a guideline, and you can use it the way you want.
Broad strokes.
It's like rules, not instructions.
Good.
Anything else?
Yeah, that
It can be adapted, huh? It can be adapted. Adaptive.
Well, can it be adapted? Because if you're not following the rules, then it's not Scrum, is it?
Yeah, but it gives some kind of, like you can have 4 people in a team or 10. So it's adaptive in a way.
Okay.
Like you can use it as per your context, whatever suits you. Second one is, it is made up of elements which give it structure. Names
And then it's probably like the meetings or like
structure. Yeah. Daily
the meetings, it gave a structure.
And the sprint timing, like it's called time box, or what is it called? The entire time.
Sprint cycle.
The refinement.
Maybe it's just maybe it's better, or it's easier to keep it high level, so that we say it's really like the meetings or the events that are happening. I think it's called events. Then it's the artifacts and the different defined roles, so that it's clear about the roles and responsibility of each team member. So then it's giving it a certain structure, because I think if you compare it to different frameworks like Kanban or whatsoever, they all follow the agile principles, but these frameworks are then adapted, so some of them are not having the same artifacts or the same events. And I would say, if you talk about Scrum and giving it a structure, it's mainly these things that are defining it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. And events, artifacts, roles. Okay. Should I remove the examples or leave them, or?
That should be fine.
I think it looks good.
Okay.
In the framework, there's a process.
Within the framework, there is a process. What is the process?
Probably it's like the thing about having
the sequential, like you do product backlog and sprint backlog, then sprint, then retrospective. So it is a process, right? It is sequential, like in a sequential way, or it's like a process flow. A process which is iterative, but still it is a process. Or maybe sprint cycle can be called the process, right? Because it's a cycle and it goes on.
So I think it is more of the sprint planning, the sprint itself, the sprint review, the sprint retrospective.
Excuse me.
Sprint planning, sprint review, retrospective.
And daily scrum.
Okay. Did I miss anything?
No, I think that's fine because you already told like it's like covers the sprint process, right? So this process brings empiricism to life because it's iterative. As it is iterative, obviously it brings the experience and like the experience they do it, right?
What we said yesterday, that means learning through experience, and I think based on that, it's actually, especially with a retrospective, you improve every cycle, or at least that should be the goal.
Okay.
And where are the feedbacks?
Any example? Any example?
I think with a retrospective we would have.
Okay.
And, or don't you think?
Even at the product review too, we get feedbacks. As a test, they do the demo, they test it and see what is not working, what is working.
It's review or retrospective?
The both of them.
It's from the customer feedback, demos, and then the retrospective.
This process, it is asking about the process, not about the customer actually. It is asking this process that brings, this process as in the sprint that we're saying in the previous answer, the process of planning. So I think it is with you and one.
Oh, it's not at the product, okay.
Yeah, it's talking only about the process here, I guess. Like from the third, it is building up on the fourth.
Yeah.
Where the feedback loops in Scrum. It's daily Scrum is, you can get feedback, right? In daily Scrum or not?
No, I think it's not a feedback thing. It's more that you say, for example, usually they answer 3 questions, which is like, what did I do yesterday? What am I planning today or within the next 24 hours? And are there any blockers?
And then box.
Yeah, so I think that's not really a feedback thing because you would keep.
But that's a feedback if I'm telling you what I did yesterday, isn't it?
No, not the daily Scrum meetings. It's not the feedback. Retrospective is the feedback.
Retrospective, right? Or reviewing the sprint review. Maybe that's.
Sprint review, within the sprint review, we have to either go or no go decision, right? It's not about like what went wrong or what.
Yeah, what needs to be improved in the retrospective.
Yeah,
but it's also a feedback thing because you invite stakeholders and have a demo.
Yeah, exactly. So even product owner will be there.
Not only product owner, but also the different stakeholders. Maybe like users or so on. So I think both are.
We have about a minute left.
Okay. I think we're done. This should be the last. I hope there's not one more after this. Yeah, great. Yeah. Okay, thank you. See you after time.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for running that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hapa. Email ya kwa kompyuta yako. Tumefanya task. Tuku break. Nimeona ameniandikia message but hiyo message nimeona imeingia hapa kwa nini yako na haikuingia hapa. Sikuona. Uko na mtu? Unakaa jana ulijimaliza. Uso inasema. Haya. Ameng'ara. Na sasa hii hatuna uchafu. Yes, no. Hiyo kutango ndio ilifanya afanye hivyo? Ama hiyo kufungiwa hivyo unasema kufungiwa? Nilikuanga mahali kwa space. Imagine ni interesting na mtu anaweza soma. Nimesikia mtu mwingine amesema yeye ni new na atalanaje, akaambiwa imeandika atafute mahali kuna workshop yenye inapeana skill, ina capture data. Unajua naweza tafuta nifanyange once na wife. Mahali mtu anaweza practice. Nako umechoka chichi. Nikwenda gym mara mbili, leo lazima niende gym. Leo lazima niende. Si ameenda kufanya tizi, ameenda gym. Kuna msichana hapo mgana wa smart. I think anafanyanga hiyo job. Anapeana ideas mob. Hapana, sio huyo. Mgana anaitwa. So it's something. I think yeye anaitwa Hapana Mane. Anaenjoyeza ni kuom. Nani amesema? Oh. Lazima iko ina make sense ndio hiyo kitu iendeka imeingia. Ilikuwa na vitu ngapi? Unajua the bigger hiyo kitu ndio the longer inaikata. Ilikuwa na ngapi za kukata? Niko na meno ngapi? Oh. Hebu? Oh. Ndio ilani vizuri. Kumchanua. Oh, ya kutoshanisha. Oh, ndio umeekelea mashini. Mwaka umechoka kujimaliza. Leo utaenda jioni? Itakuwa too much. Mimi nitaenda leo. Leo nitaenda. Hata niko nimevaa jeans nikitoka hapa nabeba nguo za jini. John naona nitamtembesha tu hapo hivyo atembee. Hapo kwa barabara hivi twende hivi turudi hivi. Ile niko huko anatembea. Badala kumpeleka kwa gym asiende kushikwa na COVID tena. Usiende mbali. Hiyo kichanu umesema ni ya kuwekelea? Oh, sio umeona video? Sawa, wacha nirudi. Nikitoka ndapiga. Haya. Alright. Kamiungu kidogo.
activities and breaks, so I wanted to kind of help them out. Good. Okay, let's get stuck into it. So everyone, pretty much, is it fair to say, let's close all the rooms. There we go. So the first activity. Does it seem quite straightforward? Yeah. You've all got the right type of thinking around structure, roles, rules, and all the rest of it. That's fine. Yeah. Hey folks, we're just falling back in. I was saying we gave people a bit of extra time because I know that we had a few hiccups and we've got there now. Okay. So these things have structure, rules, constraints, and everything else. All games have rules. Philosophically, you could argue some games don't, but you see the point. We don't need to spend much time there. Let's talk about the stuff that matters more. Now, what I realised was some of. Okay. Tell me why this would get marked down in the exam. That's a better way of asking it. What's wrong with that definition?
The word everything.
Everything,
Very, very ambiguous. Like that could include my laundry.
Yeah, it could include your laundry, yeah. I mean, what's wrong with saying everything though? Like, is that what the backlog is? Is it everything?
It's a prioritized list.
That could be one way of thinking about it, but is there something wrong with saying it's everything?
Because I think at product backlog stage, everything is not known. We just know what is the requirement. It has to be converted into everything.
Good. Good. You got there, right? The product backlog is not a list of everything that needs to be done, is it? It's a list of everything which is to be. Because it's another point of being adaptive. You do some work, you get feedback, and then it changes your pattern, doesn't it? Yeah. So, do you all remember the cone of uncertainty? Remember this? Yeah? Can you apply the code of uncertainty here? You can, I think. Yeah, look, there you go. See what happens. The third of you look at unless you know. Unless you know. Okay, good. Everyone with me on that? We okay? All right. A product backlog needs a product goal. Remember I mentioned the product goal before?
Yes.
Good. And a sprint backlog is the selected work for the sprint. It is decided by the developers, true or false?
True. True.
True.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. True. Yeah, if a product backlog has a product goal, what does a sprint backlog have? What's the logic? Yeah, there you go.
Very good.
Yeah, the sprint goal is the direction for the sprint, right? This is the and where do you discuss your progress towards a sprint goal every day?
Daily scrum.
Daily scrum.
Yeah, and the daily scrum is a maximum of
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay, good. Let's try an exam question. The only essential people in the daily scrum are the developers. True or false?
False.
True. False. True.
False.
False. False.
I heard a couple of advanced answers there.
False.
There's a third one. The only essential people in the daily scrum are the developers. The only essential people in the daily scrum are the developers. You're thinking to yourself, why is he saying this? Isn't the whole point of a scrum master to go to the meetings? No, it's not. A scrum master is not your chaperone. It's not your mum or your dad. A scrum master is a coach, right? A scrum master is there to teach you how to improve, true? Do you want to leave people better than what you found them? Or relying on you? You know the answer. Are you trying to create capability or become a dependency? You know the answer. Plus, what are you going to do when you've got 3 teams? Are you going to set up a daily scrum for everyone at a different time, just for you? Do you really think you're that important? I don't think I'm that important. Certainly not. The Scrum Master is there to enable the team. But Jem, I'm confused. Are you saying that we never turn up to the daily scrum? I never said that. I'm saying if you always turn up, you turn into mum and dad, right? But if you never turn up, you can't see what the team needs to improve. So, it is a balance. What I'm hinting at is that the Scrum Master's job, as you become more advanced, comes outside of the team, doesn't it? Because you have to serve the product owner and you have to serve the organization. Right? And a lot of people might think that your job as a Scrum Master is to move cards around in Jira. Nothing could be further than the truth. Okay? So this is a bit of a provocative way to get you think that your job is not limited to going to meetings. Okay? I'm not saying don't go. I'm saying you've got to figure out when to give them distance to figure it out for themselves. Okay, good. Any questions?
So that means it's only the developers that need to go on a daily basis to the daily scrum?
They are essential, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, there's another question.
Oh, no, that was my question. I was going to say, so the only people that I needed for each daily meeting are the developers. I was going to ask if there was any other person aside from the developers.
No, the daily scrum is for the developers, yeah.
Sorry, can I ask, so how do the Scrum Masters get the daily feedback? How do they get the daily updates of on the work?
Where does the work live?
Jira.
What?
Where does the work live?
From Jira?
What's another word for Jira? Visualization?
Yeah.
Can you see what's happening from your visualization?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But do you see I'm hinting at something else? If you can't see what's happening from looking at the board, improve your board.
So if there is Jira, so why is there the daily scrum?
I don't know, that's a good question. Why do we think there's a daily scrum if there's Jira?
to get face-to-face interaction.
Yeah, why do they need face-to-face
That's
interaction?
feedback.
Yeah. Why? Why do we need it?
So that the same work doesn't get done by people?
Yeah. I mean, why don't I just run this course as a document that you can read?
For better understanding, better understanding.
Blocked or not?
Correct. Every bit of information that you pass between people on a document, do you have to read it? Do you have to interpret it? Yes. Are human beings good at misinterpreting information?
Yeah.
Yes. Why? Because all human beings are having their own sensory experience of the world, aren't they?
They can interpret it in their own way.
100% they will. But there's something more important than this. Do human beings build connection from writing to each other? Only. How are human beings hardwired to build connections?
Social connection, face to face, personal.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what we know, right? That's what we know. That's why a lot of people have a problem with the younger generation making connections just through social media, right? It's different. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's different. So Jira or Trello or Monday, these are just tools. We don't really care about the tools. But the visualization will tell you what's going on. Okay. I am not going to join a job and go the whole week and never join the daily scrum. Do you see? I'm not going to do that. But can you understand the point I'm making? I don't have to be there because I'm not their parent. I'm going there to see if I can help them and give them what they need. And sometimes, do you know how you give people what they need? You give them space. But every team is different, right? True. Do some teams need a little bit of hand holding? Yes. Do some teams need more distance? Yes. It depends, right? That's the emphasis I want to give to you. It's not that you can't be there. I'm saying you don't have to be. See the difference? You don't have to be there. Which is very different. Very, very different. Okay. Product increment is a working or usable deliverable, right? Something that you're delivering that provides value to the sprint goal. Everyone got that? It's like a jigsaw piece. You deliver one jigsaw piece, it starts to fulfill the picture. And how do you know if that work is done in Scrum? How do you know if work is done?
Definition of done.
Thank you very much. Has everyone heard of the definition of done before?
Yep.
Yeah? If you've never heard of the definition of done, let me help you see it.
Yes, please.
Just trying to think of like a very simple analogy. All right, cool. When you get a pizza delivered to your house, do you have a criteria to assess whether it's done? Do you? When you open the box, do you look at the toppings? No. When you bite through it, do you want it to be cooked? Do you want it to have the right crust? Good. Therefore, the definition of done is the way that you assess the completeness of work. See? It's the way that you assess the completeness of work. And as customers of the real world, do we assess the completeness of work? Of course. Yes. You buy a phone, you buy a laptop, you buy a jacket, you buy a meal. You want your money's worth, right? Yeah. So for now, just think of it like this. The definition of done is the way that you assess the completeness of the work. We are going to spend a whole bit of time on just the definition of done on the course, okay? So don't worry too much about that. I'm going to go into it more specifically. We're going to build one together. Any questions about this picture at the moment? Are we feeling okay?
I have a question on the daily scrum. So the developers, I know that they'll just have like only 3 questions that are mandatory. What you did like in the last 24 hours, what are you going to do in the next? And are there any road blockers? So apart from that, do they actually discuss on the roadblocks or the solutions for that and all those as well? Or they'll have a separate meetings to go in detail? Yeah.
So a couple of things, and there's some good information there. The daily scrum is a meeting where people come together to talk about the goal, right? We're gonna focus on the daily scrums in particular. It is not mandatory to use the 3 questions. What are you doing now? What are you doing next? You don't have to use those. If you want to, you can. But the most important is we're all clear on the goal. If someone brings up an issue and someone else knows the answer, they can offline it and deal with it offline. But what we don't want to do is solve every problem of the daily scrum. Otherwise, we're going to be there a long time.
Yeah.
And it's hard to get this right? You and me? Yeah, someone starts talking, hey, I'm working on this piece of work, I bumped into this problem. Grace says, yeah, I know what that is. William says, cool, offline it. Anyone interested in that topic? Catch up afterwards. And this is, again, it takes skill to do this in a way which is elegant. It's not always easy, right? People get into it, it's hard to stop, it's hard to stop. Good. How many roles in Scrum? 3. Do me a favor when you see the product owner. Think of the voice of the customer, okay? When you see the product owner, I want you to imagine money. The commercial person. They have authority over the product vision, but they do not have authority over the people. Do you see the difference? They are not the boss. They are providing expertise for the products, right? So that's important. When you see the Scrum Master, who should you think of?
Coach.
Facilitator.
Coach. That could be one of the stances, but overall, call them a coach. Your job is to help the team improve. Your job is to help the team become more effective. That is your job. You want the team to become more performant. What's the job of the developer? It is to be a
creative.
Yeah, exactly. Create. You're a creator. Developers are empowered to own the solutions to the problems. They are not task monkeys or cogs within a machine. They are empowered individuals that can own the solutions to the problems. Good. Everyone okay at the moment? All right. What we're going to do now is, you see this section here. I'm going to jump here. Now, some of your visualizations are excellent. Right? I thought that's an important one to take up. So we're going to build Scrum together. Try not to look at your notes. Are you ready? All right, good. Shout out an event for me in Scrum. Give me one each.
Sprint planning.
Thank you.
Sprint planning.
Yeah. Good. What else?
Backlog. Daily stand-up.
Daily stand-up? Yeah, daily Scrum.
Daily Scrum.
Product backlog?
Product backlog's a good guess, but what's the product backlog? Is it an event?
No.
What is it?
Assignment.
It's an artifact, maybe.
It's an artifact.
Yeah, this is an artifact.
Sorry, print review. Print review.
Good. What else?
Retrospective.
Retrospective.
Events in Scrum.
Listen of them.
Definition of done is a good guess, but definition of done is part of an artifact. Yeah.
Backlog refinement.
Backlog refinement is a good guess. Backlog refinement would be seen as an activity, and it will be ongoing like this.
Print backlog.
How many events are there in Scrum?
Only 4, I guess. Only 4.
Only 4. You're close.
What about the sprint itself?
Say that again.
The sprint itself.
Ah, now we're talking.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So backlog refinement is done by the product owner, right? Not a Scrum Master.
No, backlog refinement is done by the whole team.
Whole team?
Yeah, the whole team. And I'll explain on why that is. So before we get there, though, I want to get the basics of this done first, okay? So I'll bounce back a bit. How many events are there in Scrum?
5.
5.
Good. Can everyone see 5?
5.
2, 3, 4, 5.
5, yeah.
Good. Black box is a container. Everything that happens in Scrum happens inside of the
sprint.
Good. Everything that happens in Scrum happens inside of the sprint. Everyone got that?
Yes.
All right. Good. So.
No, I'm sorry. You said 5 things. I see 6. So the backlog refinement is not part of it.
Anything flat is an event. Yeah. Backlog refinement is an activity. Yeah. And I'll explain why that language is used. But for now, I want you to focus on, you see the big black box outside and the boxes inside? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. these lines are cosmetic, right? This is not part of the guide. This is just me teaching you so you understand it. Do you have a space for planning in Scrum? Do you have a space to do the work? Do you have a space to review the work with the stakeholders? Do you have a space to look for improvements as a team? Oh, very good. There are 5 events in Scrum. How many artifacts?
3.
Good. Help me out. What are they called?
Product backlog, sprint backlog, and product implement.
Product implement.
Good. How many roles are there in Scrum?
How many roles? How many?
Master, the product owner, the team.
Roles, then 3.
Scrum Master.
Yeah, product owner, developer,
Good.
and Scrum Master.
Good. So why do we call it the 3-5-3? Is it obvious? There you go. That's just like so.
Is this on the exam?
Yes, probably.
Sprint guide.
Yeah. So they're gonna question your knowledge of understanding the components. Everyone clear on the 3-5-3 though?
Very
Yes.
now.
Yeah, good. All right, we're going to make it a bit more complicated now, which gets more interesting. We'll have a bit more fun. Okay, what are the name of the items in the product backlog called?
User stories.
User stories.
Stories.
I understand why people say this. It's reasonable. True or false? User stories are part of Scrum.
False.
False.
Epic.
Epic. True or false? Epics are part of Scrum.
False.
User story is a part of Scrum.
Are user stories part of Scrum? What do you think?
I don't think they're part of
Isn't Scrum an output of user stories?
Could be used as one, yeah. It could be used as one. So I'll take out the any confusion. Scrum is not going to say that user stories are part of it. User stories come from extreme programming. Can you borrow user stories to use in Scrum if you want?
Yes.
Yes.
Try
Use the backlog.
Yeah, good. How about burn down charts? Some of you know what burn down charts is?
Yeah, it's how much work is remaining to be done.
Exactly. Burn down charts are part of Scrum. True or false?
True.
False.
True. Yeah, some of you look a little bit more suspicious. That's just how I want you for the exam. They are not part of Scrum. They are part of extreme programming. Can you use them if you want to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you noticing a
So
theme?
you're saying it's not an integral part of Scrum,
It's not part of it. No.
not part of it at all.
Well, it's just not part of it. It's like
Okay.
saying, it's like looking at the body of Scrum, right? Let's say we looked at the anatomy of Scrum. The skeleton is what's in the guide. If you want to add some extra muscle, you can. Do you see? But the actual core of it is not Scrum. It's almost like Scrum does not come with all the answers. Wait a second. Is Scrum a framework? Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Do you add to it what you need and take out what you don't want? Yes.
So what will you call Agile?
Say that again?
What will you call this? If Scrum is a framework, what will Agile be?
Yeah, it's a good way to remind ourselves. What's Agile?
It's a process.
Process? You sure?
Methodology.
Is it
Self-learning and self-organization.
These are all very good words, but I feel like people are not thinking about that question I asked them. I asked you, what word comes to mind, or what do you think of when I think of the word manifesto? Remember? Go back to what I asked you. There's a reason I asked you these questions, right? Because I want you to...
Ideology.
So what is Agile?
An ideology.
Ideology.
Thank you. Agile is an idea, remember? It is an idea. Did you notice, when you look at the Agile Manifesto, were there any practices?
No.
No. Were there values? Yes. Were there principles?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Were there practices?
No.
It's an idea. It's an idea. Can frameworks bring ideas to life?
Yes.
No.
They can't?
I thought the framework would just be the guide. It doesn't do any work.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. There's something about that topic which is true. What I'm talking about though is, do you remember when I spoke about the Agile Manifesto? Where is it? We had this analogy. Do you remember this yet? All right. Do you remember when I said that Scrum can be used to bring Agile to life? Do you remember? Extreme programming can do the same. Kanban can be done to do the same. Yeah. Folks, this is for everyone here. When I tell you these things, it's absolutely fine to say, I don't get it, right? Don't let this go over your head. Don't let, it's okay that we just slow it down and you get this. You've got to get this for the exam. You have to gauge this. Because the relationship is important. It's very important. Yeah. And it's okay, right? Because this could be completely new to you. Yeah. So how are we feeling about this concept between Agile and Scrum? Let's just take a step back. It's all right. Let's get back. Yeah, what do you want to know? Let me give you some more dates. Let me kind of just let it sort of marinate a bit more. Okay, the Agile Manifesto is a manifesto. A manifesto is not a method or a framework, right? It's an idea. Yeah, it's an idea. A philosophy. It's like seeing the world in a certain way. It doesn't come with practices or actions. Do frameworks come with practices and actions?
Yes.
Yes. So do you see why frameworks are useful for ideas?
Yeah, to implement the idea, you need something.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, look at it another way. Let's look at it another way. If this card said grappling, you know what the art of grappling, controlling the human body, right? Are there different ways to control the body? Yeah, judo, sambo, greco, right? True? Are these different frameworks to achieve the goal of control? Yes. 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 And is it true that some people might not use frameworks and go straight to the idea? Is that true? If you're an expert, you can do that, right?
Yes.
Can't you? If you're an expert, you'll say, I think I know what I need to do. And even if you're an expert, you still may use frameworks because frameworks still bring power. It's totally fun. Totally fun. Just kind of ponder a little bit here. If you've got questions, you can ask us. I'm just reading a couple of final comments here. When we talk about the definition of done, it's the sprint definition of done, story definition of done. There is only one definition of done, and that is that the work is good to go. Yeah, it's good to go. So we're going to talk about the definition of done. Yeah, but it says only one definition of done. Technically, when a piece of work goes into the done column, an increment is born because it's now usable or working. You know, like a tiramisu? Yeah, you've analysed it, you've designed it, you've built it, you've integrated it, you've tested it, now it's good to go. So it's done. I know some teams have like a done, and that sounds awful. Yeah, that's painful and confusing, isn't it? Yeah. Go on, Hassan, go ahead.
My question is like, was a little confused. Because from what I'm understanding and from what I've learned before, is Scrum is a base, like Scrum is more of a framework, right? And what we are talking right now is Agile is a concept, is an idea, right? Yes. But when we are saying that these things are combining to form like Agile, like Scrum, Extreme Programming or Kanban, right? From my understanding, ideas, you know, they lead to a framework. When you have an idea, then you can formulate a framework. Yes. Rather than you have a framework, then you create an idea. So it is a bit confusing to me. Yeah.
They're not mutually exclusive. Yes, it's interesting what you say. They're not mutually exclusive. You know, in other words, both can be true. You with me? So were there people who created the idea of Scrum when it first appeared as an idea? Yes. And were there people who did the same here? Yes. And did this combination of ideas create frameworks? Yes. And did all these framework people come together and argued about whose was the best one, and they said it doesn't matter, we all agree on the overall idea of the things that they can achieve? Yeah.
Oh, makes sense.
Yeah, as I said, it's an interesting point. I like it, right? And maybe That's probably why I like to say things like maybe put this in philosophy. That might be more useful. Do you know what I mean? To discern the difference a little bit, because a philosophy is kind of the application of an idea and the way that you see the world. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, an idea might be the way that a belief you hold. But now I'm going full blown philosophy. We're just going to end up in a rabbit hole. But yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, it's totally fine. And that's what I want you to do, right? I want you to look at this and critique it a bit and say, does it really work this way? Is this true? Is that not? I would tell you this. The manifesto is the outcome of these things by the creators of these frameworks. That's all. Because when you look at the manifesto, who are the people in the background? Can you see the people in the background? Do you see them? Look. Do you know who these are? Look, Sutherland and Schwaber. Who's Sutherland and Schwaber, the creators of Scrum? Who's Ken Beck? Ken Beck, the creator of Extreme Programming. Martin Fowler. Well, Martin Fowler's been involved in a lot of things. He's the creator of ThoughtWorks. I could go on and on and on. You know, Jim Highsmith and Mike Beadle, bless his soul. These people created things like Scrum at Scale. So they've all contributed to this. But they had frameworks and methods that they used before.
Got your point. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, it's good. All right, everyone okay?
Yes.
Come on, we've not even done the hard part yet. This is where it's going to get interesting. What's the name of the items in the product backlog? This is going to blow you away. Are you sitting down? Product backlog items. I know. I've done this a few times on the course. If you listen carefully, I sometimes put the answer in the question. It's there. You just got to see it. They're product backlog items. Can a product backlog item be a user story? Yes.
Yes.
Can a product backlog item be a feature if you want it to be?
Yes.
Yes.
Can it be a defect? Can it be a task? Wait a second. Are you saying every piece of work in Scrum is a product backlog item? Yes. And you get to pick the type? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. That's all it is. Okay, should we turn it up a little bit? Come on in. Sprint backlog has a sprint goal. True? Everyone remember that?
Yes.
Right, that's easy. We started a sprint, everyone. Can you see my sprint? Have a look. Let's simulate one, just to put this into action. If we, I don't know why it's not playing, but never mind. If we took in these 3 pieces of work for our sprint goal, and we delivered our sprint goal, did everyone see that? Yeah? We have a weird problem because we delivered the goal, but we still got time in a sprint. Everyone with me? Yeah? Good? Okay. We delivered the goal, but we still have time. That's what the red bubble is trying to illustrate. What should we do if we've delivered the goal, but we still got time?
Pull in work from the product backlog.
Good. So Grace is giving a nice practical option. Can we go to the backlog and pull in more work according to the capacity left? Yes. Yeah, we could. Let me tell you what we must have done in Scrum. You are not allowed to end the sprint early because you delivered the goal early. Okay? Everyone got that? Now I'll explain why. All right, for the newcomers. If I go for a run every week, okay, I'll come to the question in a moment. If I go for a run every week for 1 hour over the last 10 years, which is what I probably do, would you agree with me that I have developed my own rhythm when I go for that run? I know when to speed up, when to slow down. Would you say I'm quite predictable now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. If I was to expand the length of time or shorten the period of time, does that affect my rhythm?
Yes.
Yes.
Because it's changing the period of time. Mm-hmm. Are you seeing how I'm describing why we do not change the length of the sprint or end the sprint early? Can everyone see why?
To maintain the rhythm, to maintain,
Yeah.
like we said that we have to have a constant pace. It's one of the 12 principles.
You got it. If you, yeah, lovely. I love the playback to the manifesto. Excellent. If you want to create predictability, you need to maintain the rhythm, right? So, exam answer is this. Do we end the sprint early because we delivered the goal early?
No.
No.
All right. That's going to lead us to, this is going to lead us to the real climax now. This is the hard part. Is the sprint a time box?
Yes.
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 99.9% of every class think it is. A time box is a period of time we do not exceed. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes. Here's the part that confuses us. If we meet the goal of the event, we can leave early. Do you agree with me?
No.
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 All right. Are you ready to agree with me? I promise you will. With the next line, you'll see it straight away. How many minutes long can a daily scrum be?
15.
15 minutes.
Good. If you get the daily scrum done in 10 minutes, are you allowed to leave?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
You agree? Do you agree with me now?
Not yet.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that's what the card says, right? The card says if you meet the goal of the event, you can leave early.
But time box is different, right? It's not an event.
I'm not asking about the time box because I'm saying the time box, the definition is that you have to be able to leave early unless you want to stay the full 15 minutes for the sake of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you see? So this is the definition of a time box. Now, I'm going to ask the previous question. Is the sprint a time box?
No. No.
Good.
Yes.
It can't be. Why? Because you cannot leave the sprint early because you deliver the goal. So what is the sprint?
Sprint is a combination of time boxes. More than one time.
It's a different language. The sprint is a
Time period, yeah.
Yes. Yes. I know. Every blog you've ever read called Sprint a time box. I get it. I understand. And I'm going to show you where the confusion is. If you are looking at this and thinking, what the hell is going on? Because I thought the sprint was a time box for 10 years, you're not alone. And I'm going to help you see. All right? Just hang in there. Don't panic. I know how I felt when I saw this. Is a round of boxing a fixed period or a time box?
Fixed period.
Time box?
Tell me why you think it's a time box.
Because if one person is down, the match ends.
It's an excellent definition. Did you hear that? Can you end a round of boxing early?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So what is it?
Time box?
Good. Try another version. There's something that we call in Europe, the European football of the 90-minute game, right? European football. Is that a fixed period or a time box?
Fixed period.
Yes. Because are you allowed to leave suddenly?
No.
At
No.
halftime if you're losing 2-0?
No.
No.
No. Try another one. Let's keep them coming. The golden goal is the next team who score win the match. What is it?
Time box.
Time box.
Good. Why? Can you end it early?
Yes,
Yes.
you can.
Good. Is it sticking? We getting there with it?
Yeah.
Yeah? Good. Okay. Let's try one more. I'll take questions in 1 second. I just want to get this pretty clear. When you go to the movies, is it a fixed period or a time box?
Time box can be early if you want.
Yeah, I mean, if every time you go to the movies there's a time box, you've got to pick better films, right? So,
Yep.
do you want to watch the movie till the end, or do you leave halfway through?
It depends how the movie is.
If you've seen 100 movies as an adult, do you make it a habit of leaving a movie halfway through?
No.
No.
So, what would you say? You can make the. I'm just playing with the idea, right, with you with me, because for me, I would say that going to the movies is a fixed period. Why? Because I want to get to the end of the movie, right? I don't want my favorite actor to come on the screen and do their performance and then I leave. I mean, I could do, but I probably would tell you that would be an outlier. Try another one. I go grocery shopping every Saturday. I give myself 1 hour to shop. If I get the grocery shopping done in half an hour, can I leave early?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do I need to spend half an hour in the car park to make the hour end?
No.
No. That would be strange, right? Meet the goal and go. Are you ready for the reason that everyone thinks it's a time box and fixed period and the confusion? I've seen the question. That's what I carry on the thread. Give me a moment. Can everyone see the black boxes inside of the sprint?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. How many events in Scrum are time boxed?
Daily Scrum.
Good. What else?
There it goes. All of them. Everything should be time boxed, yeah.
Okay.
Everything except the sprint.
There it is. There it is. There's the. Are you saying every black box inside is a time box? Yes. With the caveat being the black box outside the container, the sprint being the fixed
That is
period.
defined.
Yes. This is where the confusion is. It's understandable. That's quite confusing. Just if you read it on paper, you can see why people will be like, it's all a time box. Okay. So I can with you. But I have a question for you. Why? We have to know why, right? Are you going to be convincing developers to use this framework? You better know why. How many hours long can a sprint planning meeting be for a 1 month sprint?
8 hours.
Did you hear that? 8 hours. Does anybody here want to spend 8 hours planning?
No.
No. I cannot spend 8 hours with the people that I love most on this earth in a room, let alone the people that I work with. Is it possible? Is it just possible that if you get your planning done in 3 hours, you can leave and have a longer lunch?
Yes.
Is it possible that I can leave and catch up with William and Elizabeth and Manning and they're going to show me that cool new thing they learned in the meetup of test-driven development? Is it possible that some weeks we do need 3 hours or 4 hours because we didn't get time to clear our backlog, we got too busy? Yes. But do you see the point? Meet the goal and go. You have to be there. You have to. You don't have to make the clock tick to 8 hours. That's monstrous. You've been told that. It's not right. It's not fair.
Okay, does it mean that you don't have to exceed the time? However, like if you meet the time, like the 15 minutes, let's use the 15 minutes daily Scrum as an example. You don't have to exceed the 15 minutes. Or you can leave 10 minutes.
It's both. You cannot exceed 15, and once you've met the goal, you can go. It's both. Do you see the two characteristics of the time box? Don't exceed the time, and once you meet the goal, go.
Why is it 15 minutes?
I want the history of why 15. There was a guy in the late 80s called James Coakley. James Coakley was a developer and also studied anthropology. After his studies and his experiments, he found 15 minutes or less was the right amount of time to create a sustainable catch-up every day for people doing complex work. They call this a pattern. And if you ever meet Jim Coakley, let's just say he's a very interesting character. And it will tell you in a very different way. But I will tell you this, it's a pattern of a high-performing team. Do you see? That's why a lot of Kanban teams use it and extreme programming teams use it. So that's the underlying kind of theory. I want to come back quickly. The black box is about rhythm and cadence, right? That's like a structure, isn't it? And the black boxes inside are squishy because if you meet the goal, go. If you meet the goal, go. You don't have to be there. Good, Tushar, you've been so patient. Go ahead.
I had a question about the sprint being a time box of this period, but you answered it already. The one thing that I wanted to understand is you placed the product backlog after sprint planning in the bulk box, right?
Yeah.
And we talked about if all the tasks are actually completed even before the sprint ends, we can take something from the product backlog, right? But then what about refinement? Because we do refine the product backlog so that the developers could understand what they do in developer terms. So is it fine to take undefined tickets from the product backlog? And I'm a bit confused here if we are going to take this stuff.
Yeah, I just want to give you some directive here. This is just cosmetic, the positioning of this card, right? Just so you can see it. Yeah, the second thing is, guys, we've not spoken about refinement, but you can probably guess what refinement means, right? It means getting something into position or shape, right? Just you're refining something, right? They used to call it grooming. It's getting something prepared. And in this case, we're talking about the work. And the question coming in is, Can you take it work if it's not ready? Let me take a step back. The scenario that I painted is an outlier. Do you see? Delivering your sprint goal early is an outlier. The only reason I use that simulation is to make the point about this. I'm hoping though, even if you have this outlier, should you have some work available and ready? Yes. Now, I'll quickly mention this. This is one problem, that you've delivered the work too early. What's the opposite problem? You couldn't deliver the work. But these are again called outliers. These are symptomatic of a new team or a team that doesn't tackle their dysfunction. And I can bet you my bottom dollar in this room, 50% of you have teams who carry work over every sprint, don't you? Yeah, and that's called a dysfunction. But when you do it long enough, does it normalise? Yes, it does. Does that affect your cadence and your predictability? Yes, it does. Yeah. Cool. Hassan, we'll take a question from you as well. Go ahead.
My question is like, everything is time boxed apart from the completed sprint. But from the definition, what we have learned, the constraint that agile methodology have is the scope is undefined. We don't have any constraint on that, but we have a constraint on time and budget, right? Being said that, can't we say that if the whole product is completed, then the life cycle of that sprint is completed? So in a way, we can. It doesn't happen in real life, but in a way, we can complete that sprint early, making it a tangible achievement for us, saving 10% of the time schedule. Doesn't it account for that? We can call it a time box rather than period of time.
Yeah, it's a good question. So when you were saying Hassan said methodology, you mean the Agile Manifesto, right? So not the method, so just to make sure it's clear with language. The question is this, and this question comes from often the philosophy of project management versus product development. Do you see? This is why it's not called a project backlog, but a product backlog. Let me tell you why it's important. Projects are short-term and medium-term, aren't they? You deliver them and then the teams disband, right? Yeah. But Scrum was not actually made for project management. It was made for product development. Yeah, and this is where Hassan's question comes in. It's interesting. Because are products long-lived? Yes. Yeah. Are there going to be products that are going to outlive me and you? Of course.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, is Google going to go down in 50 years? I don't think so. It'll become something else. Yeah. Amazon, LinkedIn. So the mentality of Scrum is like this. We don't want to just focus on projects. We want to think about a longer-lived mission. Right? And Hassan's point, again, is true in this respect. The exception to the rule is if you are delivering a project and you've got to the end of it, then yes, you would end it. But that would be the outlier. Because there's nothing else to deliver if it's a project. If it's a product, it's ongoing. Good. These are more, these are a bit more, these questions have more texture, do you see? Yeah, because some people are using these ideas and they're adding a bit more, right? They're kind of thinking about the what ifs. And that's fair, and that's reasonable. There's a question in the private. How to decide the timeline of a sprint, like 1 week or 2? The maximum length of a sprint is 4 weeks. There is no minimum. And what I will tell you is, going into a company and advising 1 week for a new company is too aggressive. So I always say, 4 weeks, that is even hard for many companies, isn't it? Can you build something working or usable in 1 month? Many companies will struggle with this, right? Many companies will be struggling. So in an ideal world, you should try and deliver more early and more often. But many companies have a hard time getting there because of the political, architectural, process, cultural reasons. Right? So, yeah, this is definitely got a lot of pathways in this conversation. But the high answer is, the shorter the sprint, the more challenging it will be, right? Like, for example, those of you in software know this. If you don't have a continuous integration or let's say a CI infrastructure, you're going to have a hard time, right? If you can't automate your test scripts, it don't matter how many posting notes you've got. Ultimately, it's about software craftsmanship. If you can't do the job competently, Jira's not going to save you. Yeah. So, remember, the Agile Manifesto is about software, true? So you need the skill and the competence, otherwise you can't do it. Everyone feeling okay with this? Yeah? Can you see why we spend quite a bit of time here? Good. If you're feeling like you need a Nurofen, that means it's working. Good. Now, you've all done the quiz, haven't you? Let's answer the quiz briefly before I give you another break. Scrum is a process because it can be used in any domain that deals with complexity, right? Software, marketing, sales, education. It's a framework. It does not prescribe the tools. Does Scrum say you have to use Jira? No. Do you want to use Jira? Go for it. Do my company want to use a different workflow tool? Right, our volition. So that's the first question on the exam, okay? Second question on the exam. What are the elements in front of me? Do you see them all? Or the components? These are the components and elements that make up Scrum. You've all played Lego before, haven't you? Yeah. Is Lego used to build a structure with all the pieces? Good. These are the pieces that make up the Scrum framework. 2. Number 3, I'll come to the questions right after the thread. Where is the process in Scrum? Did anyone identify it?
Sprint is the process, sprint itself.
Yes. How would you draw the arrows? Would you draw them like this?
It's iterative. It's not.
Yeah, I'm trying to visualize here that is the process in Scrum following these events in this order?
Yes.
What's a process? Is a process a series of events that leads to an outcome?
Yes.
There you go. There you go. So, quite frankly, the process inside of Scrum is following the events in this order. Do these events in this order allow you to be empirical, to take action on what you learn? Yes. Are these events all feedback loops? Yes. Are feedback loops important when you deal with complexity?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you want short feedback loops or long feedback loops in complexity?
Short.
Good. Why?
So that you can integrate the changes, whatever you learn from the feedback.
Good. Where is there a greater risk, in a longer feedback loop or a shorter one?
Longer.
Good. Good. Excellent. We've got 2 questions. Miriam?
Yeah, my question is, does every organization need, like, compulsorily need a Scrum team? Like, do they need Scrum?
No. They don't.
Okay.
They don't. You know, the last transformation that was a lead on, 70,000 people, right, across Europe, Lloyds Bank, it's the biggest bank in the UK. Do you think I led a department there, I won't say which one. Do you think the 600 people that I overlooked, do you think I recommended Scrum for all the teams?
No.
No. Because not everybody building products. Do you see? Some people work in operations. Some people work in application support. Yeah, some people are building components to be consumed. It's quite complicated, isn't it? The next level after this course, if you stay in touch, it doesn't have to be a course, but education-wise, is you learn how different teams have to speak to each other, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
But we start with, look, you can't scale something. If one cell in the body is not healthy, are you going to scale one unhealthy cell? No. You're going to have an unhealthy body. So this is what I'm trying to say to you. Get one team, right? And then you can talk about going multiple. Yeah. Good. Yeah, good question as well. IJ, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So I lost you when you said Scrum is a process.
Scrum contains a process.
Contains a process, but then you said a whole bunch of stuff, and then you said that's going to be on the exam.
Yes.
Yeah,
we'll take some
did not.
Yeah, we'll take some steps. So you know the quiz that you did here.
Yes.
So what I was answering, just like verbalizing, is the quiz. You know the first question was, is Scrum a framework? And I said yes. Did everyone get that part?
Yeah.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. All right, let me just give you another angle. So every now and again, it's good to use metaphors and pictures to soften the conversation. Does everyone know what a trellis is? I can't even describe. How do I describe a trellis? Anyone got a good description of a trellis?
What?
There you go. A trellis. You ever seen one of these before? A trellis?
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought you meant.
Yeah.
Like something that overhangs, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
Something you can grow flowers out.
Say that again.
Something you can grow flowers or fruit up or something like that.
It's a security framework.
Yeah, it's a framework. Yeah, good. So I told you that my family are in Cyprus, right? Like a large amount of my family from Cyprus. It's a small island. There's a lot of lemons and orange trees on this island, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see this wooden structure here? When you put this wooden structure together, can you see that it helps the plant grow in a unique way, but it still gives it structure so it doesn't end up on the wrong side of the garden? See where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it keeps it off the ground.
Yeah, exactly that. And does it make it transparent for the gardener or the farmer to know what fruit to pick?
Yes.
Yeah? The analogy I'm trying to show you here is Scrum that trellis? Yes. Because does it provide constraints for the plant to grow in a healthy direction, but it also allows it to grow in its own unique way? Because no one plant is the same, right?
Yeah.
No one team is the same. And your job as a gardener is it to kind of prune and to keep an eye on it and to make sure it's growing in a healthy way and give it the systemic things that it needs. Yes. So part of the thing I wanted to show with that analogy is Scrum is a framework because it's very lightweight. It only comes with the wood, right? Doesn't come with the answers. You got to figure it out. Depending on your context. And then what we've said is that Scrum has these components. Can you see the components or the elements, everyone? Yeah. It has events, it has activity, it has artifacts, it has roles, right? And I'm saying to you, you need to put all of these elements together to build the structure of Scrum. So you're still with me now, yeah? And then what I've said is, if you want to know how to garden the tree or whatever it is you're growing, do you want to follow the process within inside Scrum so that you can always be up to date with what's happening and what's changing? Yes.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah. So that process has been injected in for you to work with complexity, right? Yeah. Can you control complexity? No. Can you work with it? Yes. How do you work with it? Fast, regular feedbacks. Are those events fast, regular feedbacks? Yes. Look, 10 years in my career, let's say 2004, right? By 2014, it took me a long time, but I could not believe the genius of the Scrum Guide. Do you know why? It teaches you a very difficult concept in 14 pages. Do you see? Because you know what Scrum is built on? Complexity science. It's saying in a world where things can't be managed or secured 100%, you can create order from chaos through regular feedback loops, right? Yeah. And what's the saying? Is it Da Vinci? The greatest sophistication is simplicity. That's why it's so powerful. It's such a simple framework. That's the beauty of it. Good. What questions have you got? Feel free to ask anything, right? Anything coming to you, just throw it out there. Okay.
How soon after the last session do you recommend that we take the exam?
I'd say like a day later.
A day later, okay.
Yeah. I always say strike when the iron's hot. Yeah, strike when the iron's hot. I will get you to read
Yeah.
Read the guide a couple of times and then go for it.
So will it ask us questions about Agile versus Scrum to try to trip us up maybe, or?
Not really. It might just say to you something like, what's the relationship? What statement best describes the relationship between Agile and Scrum? Something, and then you get multiple choice. Yeah. In an advanced exam where it's like 3 answers, where it's not multiple choice, you know what I mean? You have to kind of expand and explain your rationale. Yeah, but not in a multiple choice. Yeah, go on. So we've got a couple of questions. So Sean, go ahead.
So it was my understanding that daily Scrum is not a feedback loop, and kind of confused. So how is daily Scrum a feedback loop? Maybe I'm missing something here.
Yeah. What do we all know what a feedback loop is? Does anyone want to tell us what they think a feedback loop is? Maybe we should start with that. It's a useful kind of way to kind of get into it, isn't it? What's a feedback loop? What do we think?
I would say it's ongoing.
Ongoing. Yeah.
Constant communication.
Constant communication.
Ongoing. In communication medium.
Getting information, latest information.
The feedback is used as inputs for the new iteration.
Yeah. So yeah, it's true. I think that's getting closer now. The feedback loop is a process, isn't it? True. In which the output of a system circles back in and is used as an input, right? Yeah. Cyclical. Something goes out. Is our body made up of feedback systems? Like biological bodies?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, when you overheat, does it send a message to your body to cool you down and sweat?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, your vessels constrict and dilate according to the. Yeah, our body's really smart like that. And the daily Scrum are their inputs given by people about the direction of travel towards the goal. Yeah. Does that information result in people taking action as an output to make sure that we stay on the path to deliver the goal?
Yeah.
There you go. Simply what it is. It's an opportunity to inspect and adapt. Let me help you out. I'm going to give you some more technical language. Do you know what we call this process in the white paper, like a more academic paper? I'm sure you've seen this word before.
Yes, up to.
See where I'm going? Yeah. That is the empirical process within Scrum. And do you know what the shorthand way of explaining it is? Yeah, you with me? They're all opportunities to inspect and adapt. That's what they are. Yeah. Good. All right, Miriam, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you shed more light on the backlog refinement? Because I see it's a scope here just to have a better understanding of it.
Yeah, we cover backlog refinement tomorrow, but I'm going to simply give you something light, okay? When a sculptor takes a large block of ice, does that sculptor begin to refine that ice into a better shape, into a sharper shape, into a shape that is more recognizable as an object? Yes. Backlog refinement is the same. It is quite simply preparing the backlog for the next sprint. That's all it is. It's a very tiny topic, very small. Yeah. But we'll go into it a bit more.
So it's like refining the items on the backlog, or how is it?
Or getting the work into shape. Getting the work ready to go. Yeah.
Like rewording it so it's more clear, or how do you refine it?
Yeah, as I'm hinting, we're going to get into tomorrow. But I'll give you one more example. It's like me working in a restaurant and preparing a meal. How do I refine the meal? Do I take the food items out? Do I clear up the area to prepare it? Do I sharpen my knife? Do I put on the oven? I'm preparing it, right? You see, I'm refining the process now. So when it's time to cook, I can put it in, press the button and go. That's all. Yeah. You see, one thing I've not spoken about is, you know the way that I teach this class, right? Do you see there's even a method in the teaching? We try to answer some questions on the spot for some advanced people, but do you see why we try to, we tease and we say, just wait for tomorrow? Because some people have not got the basic platform yet for the topics, you see? Yeah. Some of you are advanced enough, you can do this with your eyes closed. But some people here are going to hear words and they're going to think, but what? So we do it in that way. So we try and give you something back, but we want you to wait a bit as well. Yeah, so hang in there. I appreciate some of you are more advanced, but remember, the beginners are our priority. Okay, good. All right. Energetically, how are we feeling? Tell us in the chat from 1 to 10. How are you feeling? 1 to 10. Don't worry about the guide. We'll send you the guide out on the last day. If you're a 10, you know who you are. If you're a 1, you also know who and where you are. How are we looking? Let's have a look here. Yeah, okay. All right. We're hanging in there. Good. Okay, I'm not seeing any 4s, so it looks like we can continue. I'll continue a little bit more, and then I'm going to get into the next part. I just want to talk about these two areas. You see servant leadership and intrinsic motivation. They're nothing to do with the exam, but they're good topics to talk about very briefly. Okay, in Star Wars, does Yoda give anyone the answer?
No, he doesn't talk.
He talks, doesn't he? But he just doesn't give you.
Yoda talks.
Yeah, babbles, yeah, I babble.
Yeah, he talks. I mean, he would be a nightmare to order takeout with, wouldn't he? Could you imagine trying to get an answer out of him? It's worse than ordering food out of my wife. You just think he could actually beat her at that game. Now, Yoda is actually a servant leader. And where does servant leader come from? It comes from religion. It comes from Christianity. It comes from a guy called Greenleaf. Greenleaf was a Christian minister. I know, I've read some of his work. I've always been interested in, theology and ideas and so on. Now, he is saying that there are, stories of the prophets. He speaks about Jesus or Isa, and he says one way to lead people is to serve them. It's quite cool. I like it. How can you be of service to people? Listen. Listen. Lend them your ears. Are you listening to understand, or are you waiting to speak? You can't do both, can you? Being a thinking partner is one of the hardest things that you can do for a team, isn't it? Because you may know the answer, but you have to try and allow them to sometimes see it, right? Why? Is it because of the biblical adage of, catch a man to fish, teach a man to fish? It's that, isn't it? We're back to that. It's about empowerment. It's about giving people the ability to organise themselves. But to do this, you need to give people space. How do you help people see their own answers? Has anyone here ever trained as a professional coach? Maybe not. Yeah, there you go. You see a couple of hands here. Professional coaching is a very powerful and complementary skill to a Scrum Master. Why? Because it teaches you how to think and how to ask questions. And most importantly, how to listen. Is servant leadership just about professional coaching and listening and powerful questions? No. It's also about helping the people switch on intrinsically. Have you seen the documentary on Netflix on how to live to 100? Has anyone seen it? Quite fascinating. Yeah, you only need to drink, 4 litres of olive oil every morning and take 50,000 steps. I'm being facetious. I don't know who's got the time for it. But both of my grandparents had lived into their 90s. And I'm sure my granddad starting every morning with a cup of red wine. I remember him today, probably helped them along. This is not medical advice. I'm not sure Malbec with your oats is the way forward. But the point is this: purpose is a big factor in length of life. According to a lot of studies, right? Yeah. Purpose is a big factor. How does that translate to Scrum? Well, first of all, don't retire because you might die. The second one is remind people why they are doing what they're doing. Have your developers ever met a customer? Do your developers even know why they're doing the work? Remind them of the why. What's the sprint goal? What's the product goal? What does this all add up to? People might become more creative. What's the second one? Autonomy. Power over your body and thinking mind. How do you protect the autonomy of developers? Look at your backlog. Make sure it is not full of solutions. Make sure it is full of opportunities and problems. Do you see? If your product owner speaks in the language of outcomes, is that good for your team? Yes.
No.
No.
I would say yes, because if they speak in outcomes, you are leaving the solution to the team, you see? Are they going to be more creative if they own the how? Yes. So I'm not saying run wild. I'm saying run wild with constraints. And the last one is mastery. What have you mastered in your life? What have you mastered? Anyone mastered anything? How to make an omelette? How to win an argument with a traffic warden?
How to make cake.
How to make cake? Excellent. That's a good thing to master, isn't it? Trying to think above mastered anything. Probably waffling on. But mastery requires time. Mastery requires time. And what are we all short on? Time. We don't have the time, do we? Yeah. I'm mentoring some dude, great guy, nice guy. I say to him, read every day 15 minutes if you want to get. You know what he says to me? I can never finish a book, Jim. You know what I said to him? Who says you've got to read a book? Pick any bloody book you want off your bookshelf and read it for 15 minutes. Go for it. Where do I start? Anywhere you want. This is called the 1% rule, right? And we also know this as marginal gains. If you can teach people to create a little bit of time for improvement, it pays dividends, doesn't it? Yeah, it's like a financial investment, isn't it, knowledge? Because if you make a little bit of time, it starts to compound. So teach people to not be over-focused on always being busy. Make time to improve. Equally as important. Command and control. Can anyone here pay a compliment to Veda? Anything you like about him?
Very
Get stuff
focused,
done.
very focused about the mission.
He gets the job done.
Yes, yeah. There we go. All 6'5" of him, you know, with a sinus problem, lifting people up by their throats. I'm not sure it's my leadership style, but you are right. I like Vader because he would know what to pick for takeout, wouldn't he? He'd tell you what you're eating that night. Command and control is not evil. It just means I know the answer to it. Is that sometimes useful?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Yeah. I mean, could you imagine? The house is on fire. Am I going to go Yoda on you? Tell me more about the brightness of the flames. You know, describe the fumes for me in my lungs. This is not the one. Give me the keys, Thomas. Get me out of the mess. So I'm just saying, command and control is not inherently evil, but how many managers do you know who have pretended that the house is on fire to make you go faster? Yes. It's cringy. I've done this a few times, right? I've been that jerk. So I just want to say this. You have to know when it's a fire that's going to burn their fingers and their toes, right? And you have to know when it's a fire that's going to engulf the village. And what are we talking about here? Are we talking about situational leadership? Of course we are. You didn't need to come on a Scrum course to know that, right? If you're long in the tooth, you'll know. For the exam, you're a Scrum Master. And complexity-wise, is servant leadership better for complex problems? What's the maths? Complex problems can't be figured out up front. You need to use options. People should be able to be autonomous to figure out the answers. Yes. Let's serve and lead. Is command and control better in a crisis situation? Yes. Because we need immediate action, and we've got to get to the bottom of it quick. Right? So, I don't like, shall we will you? I don't like talking about it in these terms as an entry-level class. I prefer to talk about situational leadership, right? When to be direct, when to be indirect. Okay? Good. So we've covered off motivational theory and some of the leadership stances. You are now moving into your last workspace of the day. And that workspace is, well, let's have a look here. I think what we'll do is I'm going to give you a 5-minute bio break, okay? Yeah, because the content's been a bit more heavy. Right? It might not be complicated for everybody, but we've had to go through some volume. So take 5 minutes, come on back.